Ta-da! Happy Saturday, everyone! Hi, Sure. I bought a game today. Well, it wasn't really today, but it came yesterday. Drum rolls! Lunar Remastered Collection. This is how it looks. It has like this 90s anime aesthetic to it. And it looks super cute. SB recommended it to me on Discord, and I think as well on a stream. Oh, thank you, Sher. Thank you very much. It looks very fun, and it looks similar to the earlier Final Fantasy games. But the earlier Final Fantasy games I haven't really played. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect of this one either. Hi, Kat! Welcome! I just told Sher about getting a new game. I did get it for PC as well, but since I have a Nintendo Switch, I wanted to buy it, and it also was on a special deal, so... Since I only have 2 games on the Nintendo Switch since I got it. So I'm trying to get more games for the Switch. I'm really liking the Switch controllers. But I should maybe buy... There's like this charging grip that you can also buy. Because the grip one for the Joy-Cons that is included isn't with the charging one. So it's just like... It's just there. And then you have to charge it docked. Hi, Kendall! I bought it for $15, so it was really cheap. Like Nintendo Switch games, they usually don't have that good a sale, but this one was over 50%. So I was like, I'm getting that, I'm getting that. I'm doing very, very well today. It's been a great day. Sunny day, a lazy day. Well, a chill day, not lazy. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing wonderful. And also, because it's Saturday, no work on Saturday. Well, some of you probably have work on Saturday, but I don't. Oh, thank goodness. What about Bayonetta? Oh! Bayonetta, I need to check that one out. And if it is, it's available on Nintendo Switch, right? Because then I can get Nintendo Switch games for the Nintendo. Hej Karlsson, välkommen! Just nu har vi 14 grader, molnigt, men det var 18 grader. På dagen var det 18 grader i alla fall. Och då var det strålande sol. Jag kände nästan att jag brände mig. Glad to hear that, Kendall. Also, you guys, I had a revelation. I might go over from a mirrorless camera. I'm using a mirrorless Canon M50 Mark II camera right now to record this. But I'm thinking that maybe I should go with a really good webcam instead. Because I think that using a mirrorless camera might overheat it, especially when I'm streaming for longer, and that's probably why it shuts down as well. Hi Siglis! Thank you! This is from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 4. 21 grader i Stockholm. Åh! Jag är avundsjuk. I won't spoil it for you, Slashter, but Bayonetta is really fun to play. Oh! I've seen trailers of Bayonetta, and it looks like a game that I would absolutely love. The combat looks amazing. Amazing. I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. It seems one of the games is even exclusive to this. Oh, really? Huh. So one of the Bayonetta games is exclusive to the Switch. Indeed there is, sure. There's a lot of merch that can be bought on AliExpress. And also official merch. If you can find the like official brand stores. There's a lot of them. And that way we can also get our hands on them. Thank you, Candle. Thank you. I also love it. It's cozy. And it's not too warm either. I've been wanting to see someone play this for a long time. Ah, the Bayonetta series. How old is the game? I don't know when the first game came out. But I think there's like 3 games of it. Or maybe there's like remasters that's been made of it. So many awesome t-shirts and also cosplay. Yes, I got my 2B cosplay off of there, and also the Stellar Blade cosplay, which I'm thinking that the Summer Game Festival is I think it was the 5th of June, so it's on a Friday. I didn't check what time it is, but I was thinking that maybe we should stream it. Maybe we should stream it, and I was also thinking about, maybe I should cosplay a character while we stream the Summer Game Festival. But it also depends on what time it is. I mean, I might have to stream it after work if it is like during the night time. Ah, Bayonetta 3 is Switch exclusive. Hi, Mr. Gamer! Hi, MM! Welcome! I was actually going to ask if you would stream Summer Game Fest. I read your mind! That would be really nice. Did they set out any time? I'm gonna check. Summer Game Fest time. Why do I wait, there's a time. Oh, it says 13 days, 2 hours, 51 minutes. It just give me the AM and PM. View all events. Since it's a Friday, you know, I might be at work. Hold on. 11... Wait, hold on. 11 PM... Hold on. Okay! Okay, it should be... Seems like it should be... nighttime. So then that is okay. Then we're able to stream it. Okay, we're able to stream it. So 5th of June. A Friday. Perfect. It is a Friday, right? I'm not just assuming that it is a Friday. No, I think I checked. Aha, I don't know, I just saw something from this game. Ah, I see. June is gonna be a packed game news month. Oh, I hope I'm gonna see some games that I'll be excited for. I'm waiting for, you know, maybe Stellar Blade 2. Stellar Blade 2, maybe a new Nier game, maybe. Maybe a preview of Part 3, Final Fantasy 7, maybe. And also, in the future, of course, I'll be hoping for a Final Fantasy VIII remake. Thank you! I really want it. Maybe not a remake, but a remaster with today's graphics. Maybe something like that. Hi Isra, welcome! Ah, right, PS5 State of Play live stream as well. I didn't check that one though. Oh, June 2nd, that doesn't work for me. I'm on a business trip with work, so that's not gonna work for me. They say it's gonna be a big one and it's going to be on the cinema. What? Ah, Bayonetta is a game from Platinum Games. They made Nier Automata and Aura recommended this. Ah, maybe Aura is watching this. Just in case. Hi Aura! She might not be able to chat all the time. But if she's here, I'm gonna say hi anyway. We can watch a recording of this stream if the time is inconvenient. I think it was convenient on the 5th of June. If I checked it correctly, but I think I did. I googled it. Oh, to the Lord of the Ring games by Warhorse. Whoa, new Lord of the Ring games. Huh. I know my brother, he used to play a Lord of the Ring game. I think it was like on PlayStation 1 or... Yeah, I think it was on either it was on PlayStation 1 or 3. 1 or 3 it was. I know a lot of people waiting for GTA. There are so many memes about GTA. They're like a medicine for this before GTA. Or like I've seen also like, oh, second episode of Steel Ball Run or GTA release. I thought it a game live stream. If there are trailers for something you already have a walkthrough of, you can then split this reaction into separate videos and add links to your playthroughs there. True, true, true. I'm sure you do a reaction if any game of interest to you gets revealed. Definitely. And if we're gonna watch it live, then we'll definitely have that as a reaction video. But I should be able to stream on the 5th. Since I come home the 3rd. Ah. Oh, in November, okay. So they already released a date. I don't know, I've never been very interested in GTA games. I played my brother's GTA game when I was little. I shouldn't have played it at that age, no, but I didn't do any quests or anything. I was just, you know, stealing cars, stealing money, stuff like that, you know, normal GTA stuff. Hi Onyx, welcome! We were talking about live streaming the Summer Game Festival, the 5th. Since it was at a convenient time. Also, we had like 40... I think Sigli said that we have like 40, or it might have been Winnie who said that we had like 40 minutes left of Reincarnation. So after Reincarnation, we're gonna read some short stories. We're probably not gonna be able to read all of them together, but I am gonna read them all and record them while I'm reading, and then we'll have them on the channel when I have time to edit. I'm so behind on editing Fata Morgana streams because they're so long. And then I have to be like, where is a pause? I have to cut that out. Yeah, not much left. Hi Mike, welcome! I'm not gonna stall for too long. Oh, if a new Final Fantasy would be announced, I'd be very happy with that. Like maybe Final Fantasy 17, or maybe another, you know, remake or a remaster. I'd be happy with whichever. Oh, you're at a big birthday party. I hope you have fun then. 50 people. That's a lot. This way, fans of these games can find your channel and then join in on the new games when they come out. Yes, that is a very, very good idea. And I've been seeing that trailer reactions do very well on YouTube. They do very well. I did that for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's where I only... Oh yeah, that's the only one I've done like a trailer reaction for. Other than that, it's been new banners of like Love and Deep Space. Those trailers. But those trailers also do very well. So trailer reactions seem to be it. And you know, something I don't really practice, but you know, playing new games. Playing new games is definitely a good way to have more viewers. But I'm just here like getting old games like It really is. I didn't realize it until like just recently. Yeah, I got the Lunar Story on Switch. I had it on PC as well, and I got the PC version as well on a sale. So, and I got this one on a sale as well. But so now I have it on PC, but I'm gonna play it on Nintendo Switch, since I don't have that many Nintendo Switch games. Right, I also have the Persona games to play. I haven't played even one Persona game. I don't even know how the battle looks. But I heard that it was... what's it called? Turn-based. I'm also looking forward to Stranger Than Heaven. Ooh! I'm a huge Yakuza fanboy. Oh, so Stranger Than Heaven is like an extension of the Yakuza series video game, or is it like a standalone one? I know that there are Yakuza games, like there is a series. Oh, also guys, did you see what I did with James's picture? I put some hearts and, you know, some other decals, a little bit of glitter sparkles, because he was kinda... Honestly, he was kinda killing the vibe with all this, like, grey and misty, foggy look, you know. He was kinda killing the vibe, so I had to... I had to, you know, sparkle him up a bit. It almost makes him look happier, right? Almost. Oh, I hope you're gonna be happy with the Nintendo Switch too. This is actually my first Nintendo Switch ever. I've always been more of a PC gamer. Also, you guys, with Mass Effect, I checked it out on the PS5 and tried to connect a keyboard and mouse to play with Mass Effect, but it doesn't work. It doesn't have support. That sucked. Because I freaking suck at playing shooters with a controller. But I think that maybe we might have to do that, because I don't know if my computer, I have it on my computer as well on Steam. I don't know if my computer can handle streaming, recording, and playing the game at the same time. And not only those three, but it's also heavily using the camera. But I mean, maybe we could do like a test run on the computer. Just do like a test run. Yeah, we could maybe do that today. We'll see. Maybe get good. Me and controllers don't work. Although, playing Elden Ring with a controller was so much easier, because I headed into that game with a keyboard and mouse. And have you seen, like, there is this girl that played Elden Ring with a dance mat. Crazy good. Crazy good. Oh, you know who you missed yesterday, Mike? You missed Aura. She said hi to everyone. It was really nice. I was so happy. I'm still happy. But I'm so happy that she's home and she's recovering, and her cats are there with her. Oh, okay. It's a prequel to the prequel, kinda. Trailer reactions for old games are popular too. Really? Huh. I think Legend of Dragoon had a really funny trailer. They had a really funny trailer. It was a good one. I have the Nintendo Switch too. James is looking very fancy. I should have also sparkled my nails. I understand, Mike. I wouldn't either, you know, invite people that I know are gonna cause drama to my birthday party. Well, the closest people that I actually make time for, my closest friends, we never have any kind of like disputes or drama and such. So it is wonderful. It's a peaceful life. But then when you're in friend groups, like they're like friend of a friend or like acquaintances of friends, it's usually a different story. But I usually stay away from people that cause drama. Any shooter game with a controller is a pain. Yes! Wait. As the language of MMO says, LTP nope. Hold on. LTP. What is LTP? It's not looking for a group. Look. LTP. I don't know. It was a very, very long time ago that I played MMOs. And I usually get so bored, like almost immediately. The only MMO that I've continued to play for a longer time was Ragnarok Online. It's so cute! Not the 3D version, the first one. I finished Elden Ring just this week. I followed along with your playthrough for moral support. Oh, I understand you completely. Oh my gosh. I feel traumatized just thinking about Elden Ring, but the aesthetics, the story, the lore of Elden Ring is so good! And I love that there is lore in item descriptions. In item descriptions! I love that. I felt like a detective. But wow, the places you can go to in Elden Ring, they're so beautiful. They're so beautiful. Like, even the beautiful places have really, you know, strong creatures. And I've never been so bamboozled in my life, more than in Elden Ring. I'd be like, oh look, this is so nice! Boom! Dead. And I'd be like, wow, how did a boulder kill me? Like, where did it come from? Or like, I know that there was a point in the game where I was like, haha, to a giant, because I was like, haha, you can't reach me. That was the last thing I said. Then I died. Thank you, Mike. This is from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 4. For me, it's the other way around. I can't play with mouse and keyboard. Yeah, we have to learn to play with a different controller, mouse, keyboard, or you know, a dance mat. Famous last words. Yeah, you can't reach me. Boom. I also said things like that when playing both like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Especially Silent Hill, I was like, oh, I feel safe. Never ever say that you feel safe in Silent Hill. No, never ever say that you are safe. You are never safe. And especially if it's been quiet for a long time. Like the build-up in Silent Hill 2. It was just crazy good. Oh, learn to play noob. Oh, okay. LTP noob. Okay, LTP noob. I'ma brand that into my brain right now. When I play an MMO. If I find an MMO that I feel like it's interesting. I did feel like Blade and Soul was very interesting. I did try Blade and Soul just because of the character designer being Hyun-tae Kim, who is also the producer of Stellar Blade. I love his character designs, so I had to play it. It's super cool, it's super fun, but it's just like I just can't keep my interest up when it is an MMORPG, and I think that the main reason is because I don't have anyone to play with. And now it would be more like you don't have time to play MMORPGs. Because I have too much hobbies, and then I have work, yeah, YouTube is also a hobby. So that takes some of my time. It's like Clair Obscur, a beautiful landscape, and then suddenly a big monster. Oh, I need to play Clair Obscur. And I feel better about Clair Obscur now, because Y'all said that it wouldn't be like 60 plus hours. Silent Hill is a little forgiving, because the targets are sort of big enough. Yeah. Well, I might have been drooling a little bit over James. A little bit. Can't play MMOs because of the grind. Oh, it's because of the grind as well. Yes, I totally forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. And I know that Korean MMOs are not forgiving when it comes to grinding. But I'm usually like, oh, this game is so pretty, I need to start playing it. And then I know, oh, it's a Korean MMO. It's gonna be grinding hell. Well, it's quite obvious Slash ain't getting married anytime soon. I've got a lot of time, hopefully. I mean, we don't know. We don't know how long we're gonna live, so I'm just... Or maybe, you know, I'm a 200-year-old vampire, and y'all just don't know it. Then I'm a 200-year-old not married vampire. But I don't know, like, which fictional character can I marry? Can I marry a lot of them? Oh, you did see her in chat yesterday. Oh, is it because you replayed yesterday's live stream? What's your favorite anime games? Anime games! Like, games that are made from an anime or just like an anime aesthetic? Anime games... If it is a game created from an anime, I don't think I ever played one. I played Amnesia. That one has an anime, but I haven't watched the anime. Well, I did. Yes, wait a minute. I did watch some of the episodes, but I got bored. Oh, both. Anime aesthetic? I like the Amnesia Memories anime aesthetic. It was more like, it had like this punk vibe with their clothing. I like that. And, well, what would you even say that Fata Morgana's aesthetic is? I just feel like it's their own aesthetic. Like, it definitely leans into, like, an anime kinda style, but it's not the generic one. Clair Obscur is not long. The main story is about the same length as Nier Automata. Ah! Alright, did I ask you guys if Clair Obscur has customization on the character? Does it? Bye, Mike! I hope you have fun! Congratulate him for me! Speaking of anime, watching Monster right now, and I really think the villain is one, if not the most twisted character I have ever come across in fiction. Oh, yes. There's also another villain in Berserk that is the most, like, hated one. You will know if you've watched it or if you are planning to watch it. I almost like screamed and cried at the end. There is no repetition there. Ah, I see. Regarding anime aesthetics, Persona and Trail series are my favorites. Ah, yes. Those definitely have the anime aesthetic. And maybe that character from Berserk can be one of the worst. Yes! Oh my gosh! I'm so mad at him. I'm so mad. Death Note is really, really good. Oh, you can get new hairstyles and outfits, as in Stellar Blade. Whoa! Oh, I love that! I love that! Then I'll definitely be doing that. Maybe it'll also, you know, if it's side quests that you have to do to gain certain, like, haircuts and anything like that, y'all know me. I'm gonna do all of the side quests then. Anything with like fashion and aesthetics in games, if you have to do a side quest to get a specific like head garment or anything, I'd be like, yes, I'm gonna do that. Oh, if you do this side quest, you get long hair. Yes, I'ma do that one as well. Oh, you get wings in the other one? I'ma do that one as well. And then I'm up to 60 hours. But I could do those like off cam. Wait, oh you guys, we have already talked for way too long. Oh my god. We need to switch screen. Hi Sora, welcome. I'm doing very good today. How are you? Switching screen now. Bam. Let me get the controllers. Y'all, I love these controllers. Hold on, let me switch as well. And there we go. And let's check the sound, because I haven't checked the sound. All right. Hold on. My snacks were in the way. There. Oh, this image of Michael is so beautiful. Y'all, he's so beautiful. Hi, Espartaniano, welcome! Haven't watched Berserk yet, but I will one day. Oh, please do. I freaking love Berserk, but I can't, for the life of me, watch the one from, like, what was it from? 2017 or 18? That is just full-on 3D. Like, I tried to, but it was so ugly. Like, I can't. Like, if there was just, you know, some 3D parts, sure, but when the entire show is in 3D and not hand-drawn, get that shit away from me. Well, I hope everyone is having a lovely Saturday so far. And is everyone seeing the screen and also hearing the music? Hopefully we don't have Yukimasa messing with my camera today. But at least when it happens, it's usually just one time. Knock on wood. But I'm gonna try switching to... Ah, okay, so you can hear it and you can see the image. That does not sound promising. Yeah. Watch the Golden Arc Memorial Edition one. You can start with that one actually. And the 97 version of Berserk is also amazing, because that one is hand-drawn. What was I even saying? I forgot what I was talking about. You know, y'all know what? I'm gonna go get water right now. Oh right, I was talking about camera. A water bottle. Go. Most 3D in anime is indeed awful. Yeah, it is. Like, if it's just a small part of it, sure. But when you do it so much, like it was in that other version of Berserk, it just ruins it. This is one of the reasons why I don't really like the new Evangelion movies. There are fight scenes in full 3D. What? That sucks. Like, you can see it immediately when it's 3D. I love the 90s style aesthetic when it comes to anime. It's just so beautiful. So beautiful. Okay, guys, let's continue. All right, start the recording. Start recording. There. Alright, I need to use the other controller for this. And it was this one. I was like, hold on, where's my save? I almost forgot that it was the one with just a black screen. And also, I'm sorry for sometimes cutting off Morgana, especially. Sorry, girl. But sometimes she speaks so slowly, so I think that she's done, but she's not. And then I'm like, oh, you can probably see it on my face when I cut someone off. I'm like, and I just don't say anything. Same, if anyone want to watch a promising new anime with a 90s feels, watch Mao. Oh, it's going super interesting so far. Oh, okay. Is its name MAO, like that, Mao, or is it short for something else? Wait, I'm just gonna drink a little bit more water. Oh, okay, so it's Mao. Okay, let's go. Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Wow, you guys, look at this. This is so beautiful. Oh my gosh, it's so romantic. I love it. Oh my gosh. This is so cozy. First impression, 10 out of 10. Oh, it's fantastic. You'll do well.
今日は知り合いだけのパーティーなんだし、緊張することなんて何もないじゃんか。
We're just having friends over for a casual party today. I wonder who are the friends that are gonna come over. If we invite Pauline, she's gonna bring over Yukimasa. Hopefully he doesn't act up. I mean, he's not dumb enough to act up, right? He's just a murderer. Oh.
そうですけど、実際にお料理を出したり飲み物を配ったりもするんですし、やっぱり緊張しますって。立食パーティーなんだし、みんな好き勝手に取ってくっしょ。ジゼルは気にしすぎだって。今日は予行練習くらいの気持ちでリラックスしなよ。あんたが楽しむためのパーティーでもあるんだからさ。リラックスですね。頑張ります。
She's so cute. I love her. I love her so much.
いやだから頑張るんじゃなくて。
I wonder how did she wake up with a hangover or not? That day?
本番になってもジゼルは難なくこなしそうな気がするけどね。私よりうまく立ち回れるんじゃない？そうでしょうか。
I love Maria as well. Like she's been really great in Reincarnation.
料理を作るのも手慣れてるし、配膳も手早いし、片付けもパパーっとやっちゃうし。どこかの金持ちの家でメイドさんでもやってたのかってくらい手際がいいよ。
Oh! Funny you should say that, Maria! You're so damn on the ball, you think you grew up working as a maid at some bougie estate. Ah! Yes! For 1,000 years! She's like, well, that did happen.
実はお金持ちのマフィアの邸宅でメイド長をやっていて、あなたもメイドさんでしたよ。なんて言いたくなっちゃうわ。
Right. She was also a maid at that time.
お酒を飲みすぎなければ完璧なカフェのオーナーさ。お酒？私何かやりましたっけ？
She already forgot about it.
覚えてないんだ。
Dang, Maria is gonna make up scenarios now. She's gonna be like, yeah, you were on tables, you were dancing, you were puking all over.
これはまたずいぶん豪華な飾り付けになりましたね。
お祭りでもやるのってくらい浮かれているわね。腕によりをかけて頑張っちゃいました。モルガーナも来てくれて嬉しいです。別にちょっと顔を出すだけよ。すぐに部屋に戻りますから。まあまあそんなこと言わないでくださいな。いろんな人が来ますし、知り合いやお友達もできると思いますよ。そういうのも欲してませんから。ちなみに聞くけど、どういう人たちが来るの？
Yeah, we're also very curious. Who's gonna come?
とりあえずこのアパートに住んでる人には連絡を入れています。それからお世話になった人とか、私の学生時代の友達とか。
Oh, how many people is that?
ミシェルの会社の同僚さんとか、両親にも声をかけたんですけど、あいにく都合が合わなかったので、こんな感じですかね。
Sounds like pretty much 5 classes.
あとはマリーアさんのお知り合いです。ちょっとしか呼んでないけどね。噂をすればまず一組が来たみ
The first two being Pauline and Yukimasa.
お、早いですね。急いでお出迎えしなきゃ。
Nelly?
可愛い飾り付けでいっぱいだわ。
What? She brought Nelly and Mel.
あ、
Is that it?
お
Now they get to meet Nelly and Mel. Morgana? Does she remember?
走っちゃダメだってば、ネリー。あ、マリーアさん、お久しぶりです。すみません、なんか押しかけちゃって。
Or maybe, you know, Morgana is big-eyed because she saw Mel and she's like, wait, he kinda my type. Much more appropriate. Much more age appropriate.
なんでマリーアさんが二人とお知り合いなんですか？え？なんか変？あ、いや、変っていうか不思議だなーって。お友達にしては年齢も離れているし。前に働いていた喫茶店で知り合ったんだよ。確かに友達ってほどの付き合いじゃないけど、ちょうどこっちに旅行に来てるって連絡があったもんだから、それなら誘おうって思ってさ。あれ？なんかまずかった？
No, you did well.
いえ、まずいなんて全然そんなこと。ネリーもこんな素敵なカフェを開きたいわ。それでね、お菓子をたくさん作るのよ。
え、いや、ネリーのお菓子はちょっとやめておいた方が。
何よそれ。ネリーのお菓子がまずいっていうの？
そういうわけじゃないんだけど。あ、ほら、先にオーナーさんに挨拶をしないと。はじめまして。この度はおめでとうございます。マリーアさんに声をかけてもらって遊びに来させていただきました。初対面なのに友人同士のパーティーに入り込んじゃってなんかすみません。素敵なお店ですね。近隣の方々からも末永く愛されると思います。
I think so too.
いえ、ご丁寧にどうも。初対面とか全然気にしないで楽しんでってくださいね。うわぁ、あのメル君がしっかりしている。
It's Mel, but he's not a disaster. What do you mean he's not a disaster? As in, he's not down, you know, beating himself up for everything. Maybe that's the kind of disaster she means, because otherwise, no, he's not.
メルってば、ほら、それだけじゃないでしょ？
え？あ、そうだ。これ、ロンドンで買ってきたお菓子なんで、よかったら。
と思ったけど、ちゃんと抜けてるところもあるのね。なんだか安心しちゃったわ。
Why are they calling him an airhead? I never saw him as an airhead. A daydreamer, yes, but an airhead? Y'all are too harsh on him!
そんな気を使わなくていいのに。でも嬉しいです。ロンドンからっていうことは、ここへは旅行で？
はい。実は家族全員で来ているんですけど、今日は別行動なんです。
あの二人もいい年なのにベタベタして嫌になっちゃう。家族旅行なんだか熟年カップルを見せつけられてるのかよくわかんないわ。
とまあこんな具合に妹がすねまして、こちらには二人で来ることにしました。
そうなんですね。ご家族全員仲がいいみたいで安心しました。そういえば、 おじい様とかは？
Oh! Lord Hayden! We like Hayden.
祖父？なんで突然？ロンドンで元気にしてると思いますけど。
そうなんですね。なんか急に気になっちゃって。つい聞いてしまったけど、彼らの祖父が私の知っているヘイデン様だとは限らないのよね。
But she hoped so.
あの人もどこかで元気にしているといいわ。とにかく今日は楽しんでってくださいね。それからまたこちらに来ることがあったら気兼ねなく立ち寄ってください。
はい、ありがとうございます。あ、
He saw Morgana. Right?
君もパーティーの参加者かな。多分同じ年くらいだよね。はじめまして。よろしく。ん？
Oh, she moved!
あれ？なんか何もしてないのに嫌われたような。
Well, she has the right to be upset, but we know Mel's circumstances. We know now. He was manipulated by both Jackobo and Yukimasa. Like, he would have never, ever done what he did in the story. He was pushed there. Y'all, Mel did nothing wrong.
何あれ、ものすごく感じの悪い女の子だわ。あんなの気にしないでいいわよ。
Oh, Nelly! Chill, chill. She hasn't even said anything.
うん。でも、なんか気になる子だな。
気になるって、まさかそういう。
No. No. Do not get jealous. We know jealous Nelly is not good. Not good, Nelly.
違うって、そういうんじゃなくて、なんだろう、どこかで見たことがあるような気がするっていうか、よくわかんないんだけど気になるんだ。一目惚れとかそういう方向じゃなくてね。
ま、一目惚れなら一目惚れで、ネリーは止める気なかったけどね。
Something tells me that's very hard to believe, Nelly. That you wouldn't have gotten in the way if it was love at first sight. Door 1 says otherwise. And, you know, you haven't been entirely pleasant in Reincarnation. In fact, I would argue and say that she was almost worse in this one. If you scratch out what she did to Michelle, the white-haired girl.
そうなんだ。
だってネリーは妹ですもの。メルのやりたいことやしたいことを止めるつもりはないわ。それが恋愛でもね。
I hope so. I wanna believe this. I wanna believe it.
そっか。ネリー、ありがとう。
いいえ。でもメルにふさわしくないような女の子だったらギッタンギッタンにしちゃうわ。
Basically, this is a double-edged sword, you guys. This is a double-edged sword. But if you ever fall for a girl who's not good enough for you, know that I will completely destroy her. She's not gonna think that any girl is good enough for him. Like, the girl could be perfect. She's gonna find something.
あ、ほどほどにね。相手のためにも慎重にならなきゃな。
Yes, Mel. Yes, that is the thought pattern. You see, and people call him an airhead. Y'all, he's smart. He knows how to maneuver her.
さっきのことはいつか友達になれるといいんだけど。
I hope so too. I hope so too. Oh my gosh, it's so
結構
cozy.
人が増えてきたわ。呼びすぎちゃったかしら。挨拶回りで思った以上に大変だわ。ミシェルとモルガーナは。あ、よかった。まだ残っているわ。だいぶ隅っこの方にいるけど。マリーヤー、遅くなってごめん。車が渋滞してて。
We have Pauline, which means that Yukimasa is on her tail, right?
なんだ、来ないのかと思ってたよ。それはそれで別に構わないんだけど。なんでそういうこと言うのかな。マリーヤって私に対しては辛辣な気がするんだけど。
You know what? Maybe you need to be a little bit hard on Pauline. I think that maybe you have to be a little bit harder on Pauline. For sure. Especially because of how her state of mind is and her belief system. And how naive she is.
何でも言い合える親友関係ってこと？あんたのお気楽な前向きっぷり見習いたいよ。間違っちゃいないけどね。
Yeah. You could say she's far into the clouds. You could say that.
マリーヤが出れた。
ポーリーン、マリーヤに絡むのは後にして主催に挨拶をしよう。彼女がここのオーナーのジゼルだ。
And here we have him. The murderer.
はじめまして、ポーリーンです。マリーヤの友達で、それからユキマサの恋人です。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
She's like, he doesn't have a sword, does he?
また不意打ち。でも、ユキマサさんがいたんだもの。ポーリーンさんがいるのは不思議じゃないわ。恋人ですか。そっか。やっぱりポーリーンさんは彼を選ぶんだ。
Unfortunately. But the canon ending is that she leaves him eventually. She realizes and leaves him.
大丈夫なのかな。ポーリーンさん、今度は絶対幸せになってくださいね。
She's gonna be like, huh? What you mean?
なんで急に？嬉しいけど、私はいつでも幸せだよ。
And you know what? You'll be happier without Yukimasa.
そうですか。なんだか涙が出てきました。
相変わらずちょっと変な人だな。
あなたに変とは言われたくない。
Exactly.
その説は本当に助かりました。おかげで工事が終わるのも早かったです。
それはよかった。また手伝えることがあったら何でも言ってほしい。
はい。排水管が壊れた時とか、電気がつかなくなった時とか、壁が割れた時とか、真っ先に呼びますね。
それはさすがに業者を呼んでほしいな。
ちょっと、何よこれ。なんで勢揃いしてんのよ。
いや、それを私に言われても、こっちも驚いているところなんだ。
はあ、頭が痛いわ。もう巡り合うこともないでしょうと、そう言ったはずなのに。
予測は予測に過ぎないということじゃないか。その時になってみないと誰にもわからないものだな。
出会ったからって仲良くやったりはしませんからね。これは不慮の事故みたいなものよ。
何も無理に仲良くしてほしいなんて思っていない。
なんだか疲れたわ。人が多いところはやっぱり苦手よ。あの人たちに声をかけられるのも嫌ですから、私は帰ります。
そうか、わかった。まだ始まったばかりだから、気が向いたらいつでも降りてきてくれ。
気が向いたらね。
Y'all, she's so funny. Just naturally funny.
ミシェル、ちょうどよかった。今、ユキマサさんとポーリーンさんが来たところで。
Wait, I'm Yukimasa again. I replaced him.
はじめまして、ミシェルです。改装の際、いろいろと手伝っていただいたと聞いています。ご挨拶が遅れてすみませんでした。
Wow, the screen is crowded now.
なんてスムーズに言うの。私なんて不意打ちばかりでうろたえてばっかりだったのに。
君の百面相は傍から見ていると結構笑えた。
意地悪だわ。
いえ、こちらも楽しかったので、いいストレス発散になりました。
For his pent-up stress. We know what you're doing when you have pent-up stress, Yukimasa. Not normal.
そうですか。ストレスは溜めない方がいいですからね。
Michael's like sweating beads like, yeah, right.
ええ。
ん？
Huh? Is Yukimasa gonna be like, hold on, you look like an angel, and Michael's gonna be like, I'm not an angel.
どこかのステンドグラスで見たことがあるような。
I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, like in a stained glass window. Archangel Michael.
そういう天使的なものからはもう離れてもらえませんかね。
Yo! I can predict things. I can see into the future. Look at this. So predictable. Where's Jaren? Since she was name dropped, I thought that maybe she would appear. Now they're all just vibing, talking to one another. Oh my god, Mel, be careful! You're talking to a serial killer? Well, future serial killer. He hasn't murdered anyone yet. But he has a bloodlust. Oh, I love these two. Favorite fictional couple. I love them. 10 out of 10.
モルガーナの姿を見ないけど、もう部屋に戻っちゃったのかしら。
ええ、人が多いのは疲れたと言ってました。
Understandable.
そうですか。ちょっと残念ですね。彼女もみんなと一緒にパーティーを楽しんでほしかったんですけど。
Well, even if it wasn't, you know, that Mel and Yukimasa is also here, I think that she doesn't have the social battery for this. And that is okay. Like, I wouldn't even have the social battery for this. I have it for my closest friends, but with being in such a like large group and having to like socialize with everyone, it drains.
あの子の気持ちもわかりますよ。彼女は許したわけではなく、あれ以上呪うのをやめただけなんですから。いくら今が別の人生だからといって、記憶がある以上は親しくなどできないでしょ
う。But this is the thing, Michael. You would. Maybe he wouldn't be, you know, friends with them, but he'd still like forgive them and move on. And that's just how Michael is. I mean, look, everything he went through with his family, with Morgana, people have been horrible towards him. And he's just, out of his kindness, he's forgiving them and moving on. Like, that takes another kind of kindness. Like, I wouldn't even have that. Like, no. I'd be more like Morgana than Michael.
それもそうですね。でも、いつかそのうち変わっていけたらいいなって思うんです。
I mean, and that is the thing. She doesn't have to forgive them. She can just move on. Like, that is also okay. But forgive Mel, because he didn't do anything.
あの人たちだって過去の時代のままじゃないわ。あの人たちに何があったのかまではわからないけど、もう同じ過ちは起きないと思うんです。
Well, they might do the same mistakes in another way. We'll just have to see.
前と同じように見えても、ちょっとした仕草で過去よりも強い結びつきを感じたり、決意みたいなものを感じるんです。
We'll see about that. I'm very skeptical with Nelly and Yukimasa.
なんとなくですけどね。
I'm more so skeptic with Yukimasa. I think Nelly, once she has her eyes on somebody else than Mel, that's gonna be her peace of mind, her freedom.
そうだな。そうであるといい。彼らと時を共にした3日間は、本当は存在しない世界だった。私は真の意味では彼らと関わりを持っていない。それでもあの時彼らと話したことや彼らが誓ったことが、記憶としてではなく思いとして彼らの魂に刻まれているといい。
And so, the party came to a quiet end. From a distance, it looked almost like a big 1,000 years in the making reunion. But only myself, Giselle, and Morgana appeared to have those memories. Everyone lived their own lives, with very little overlap. Though I couldn't help but sense the hand of fate in those who had been especially close in their previous lives, coming together again in this one. Even without the witch's curse to bring them together, their souls had still formed profound bonds. Bonds naturally born from an unnatural length of time shared together in the realm of the dead. And I believe that although Morgana had only wished for Giselle and I to come back, it was these unimaginably powerful connections that had allowed all of them to be reborn into this era. Nonetheless, seeing them again still came as quite a surprise. And now that our paths had crossed the once, perhaps we were at a greater chance of it happening again in the future. But for now, there was little point in speculating about what may come our way. It's like the red thread of fate, that they're all just connected with one another. We had our own lives to live too. A completely fresh start, and we wanted to make sure we got it right this time. We were no longer under the influence of the curse, which meant no more reconstruction for any of us. This was our chance. This was our one chance. That went for them as much as it did for us. So we had to make the best of it. Live our new lives to their fullest. I hear footsteps. They seem light, almost like women's shoes. A little bit like clickety-clack.
あの時は雨が降っていた。魂の記憶なんてものもなくて、ただ今を悲観していた。自分のことなんてどうなってもよかった。世界で一番自分がいらない子だと思っていた。
That's such a horrible feeling to have.
居場所なんてどこにもないと、そう思い込んでいた。記憶を取り戻してしまったせいで、それらの悲しみも塗りつぶされてしまったけれど、今の私を変えてくれたのは、たった2週間の日常だった。私は、そのことを覚えている。
モルガーナ。
Oh my gosh. She about to fight him now. It's the slap game now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what's gonna happen?
どうして君がここに？
Oh my gosh, this melody. Y'all, I can hear the lyrics. I can hear them in my head.
それは私のセリフです。今日は雨が降っていないのだから近道をする必要もなかったはずよ。
Y'all, there's lyrics! Do y'all hear it or is it too low?
「雨が降ってなくともあれ以来この公園を通って帰るようにしていたんだ。もしかしたら
君の気配があるのではないかと。ああ、いや、今のは気にせんでくれ。君の悪い発言だったな。
No, that's not the creepy part. The creepy part is y'all's age difference.
1年の間ずっと。
正確には1年と2ヶ月だ。あれは去年の春のことだったからな。
相変わらず細かいわね。初夏も春も同じようなものよ。
かもしれんな。どちらもいい季節だ。
意外。あなたが何かを褒めるなんて。
あれから元気にしていたかね。
ええ、まあね。
今日はどうしてこの公園に？まさかまた家に帰れないようなことが？
あいにくとただの散歩です。もう実家も出たわ。今はアパートで暮らしていて、大家たちがパーティーを開いているんです。そういうの面倒だから抜け出してきたの。適当な時間になったら帰って寝るわ。
そうか、パーティーか。笑えるな。君の苦手分野だ。夏至祭を思い出すよ。
I really love the Midsummer Festival scene.
面倒になったのは賑やかなだけじゃないわ。かつての人たちが勝手に揃い始めたからよ。
かつての？
アパートの大家ミシェルなの。
Well, we know he's not a fan of Michael. Hi, Nuno. Welcome.
ジゼルもいるわ。最近はあの二人の部屋に入り浸ってる。だから私元気よ。楽しく暮らしているわ。
Oh my gosh, I love this song.
そうか。元気にやっているのか。そうか。それならよかった。結局今も君を救うのがあいつの役目なのだな。私は君を傷つけただけか。そうか。
パーティーの連絡、あなたには来なかったんですか？主催の一人はマリーアなのに。
I think that Maria didn't invite him because Maria knew that Jackobo and Morgana had a falling out. So Maria, being a good friend, didn't invite him. Because Morgana is more important to her.
連絡は来た。だが浮かれて騒ぐような気分にはなれなかったからな。顔を出すつもりもなかった。
マリーアから私がいるって話はいかなかったんですね。
それを言ったら私がいかんと思ったのだろう。結局どちらにせよ行かなかったわけだが。
Almost like Maria wanted them to meet up so they could, like reconcile or something. But she doesn't know the reason. She doesn't know the reason. But probably thought that they just just had a falling out. It wasn't a big deal. So maybe that's why she thought as well that she could just invite Jackobo and not, you know, backstab her friend.
だが、それで正解だったな。とにかくだ。君の元気な姿を見ることができてよかった。ほっとしている。それは本心だ。今なら何かあっても相談できる相手が近くにいるようだから、これから先の心配もないだろう。本当によかった。
ええ、そうね。一つだけ言いたいことがあるの。
なんだ、言ってみてくれ。
1年前のこと、感謝しているわ。だからお礼を言っておきます。
君が私にお礼だって。
He's like, well, this is a first, considering what I did in my previous life.
ええ、あの時の私はあなたが面倒を見なければ本当にのたれ死んでいたかもしれないし、それに最後のメモ、ちゃんと見たわ。あのおかげで前を向いて戦うことができた。そうよ、私の人生は私のもの。そんな簡単で当たり前のことをあのメモが気づかせてくれたの。
And she can shape her life a little bit however she wants. Also with how she sees things. She doesn't have to keep this revenge, this hatred in her heart anymore. It was the past Jackobo that did her very wrong. But it is up to Morgana if she wants to forgive him or not.
簡単で当たり前のはずなのに、私には難しかったことをあなたができるようにさせてくれたわ。
So maybe she might feel that he has atoned in this life. We'll just have to see.
諦めて言いなりになっていたけど、戦ってみたらどうにかなった。もちろん簡単じゃなかったし、ひどい言葉もたくさん吐かれたけど、不思議と傷つかなかったわ。
And that's something we should also be better with. This, but his words, they somehow didn't hurt me anymore because, you know, people that are nasty toward you, like if you don't even like this person, like if you don't even know this person that well, don't even give them the power to be able to hurt you like this. Like that shit should just run off of you. But what is important is what people that we like and love say. People that we don't know or don't really care for, if they say nasty shit to us, just ignore them. Ignore them or be nasty yourself. The same kind of medicine. It depends on the person, the circumstances, the situation.
私の人生を自分で勝ち取るんだと決めたら力が湧いた。探してみたら逃げ場もたくさんあった。目が覚めれば多くの道が開けていた。
sometimes that's all you have to do.
それに記憶を取り戻したおかげで今のことは大したことないって思えるようになりましたから。悪いことばかりではないわね。
これを私が言うのは筋違いだと思うが、大したことないなんてことはない。この時代においても君が家族の愛を得られなかったことは。
I like that. And I like that he's saying that your pain is not trivial. Like, you shouldn't have to endure another amount of pain, another situation because you know that others have it worse or you've had it worse. It is okay to feel like the pain that you have right now isn't something that is trivial, is something that you should also like get help for, or you know, just fight for. Pain is not trivial. It's your feelings that matter.
悲しいことだと思っているのだ。
Exactly.
だが決別できたのは何よりだ。いつか君の実の父や母が君を顧みてくれることを願っている。
Or just have loving people around. If she doesn't reunite with her birth father, we don't even know how her birth father is. Or her mother, like, I don't care for her mother. But as long as she has people that are dear to support her and love her, that's enough.
期待はしていないわ。そういう時が万が一訪れたとして、私が許せるかどうかもわからないから。だから、今はこれでいいと思っているのよ。
そうか。
お礼についてはこれでおしまいです。このことだけは伝えておきたかったんです。
律儀なやつだな。第一、礼を言われるようなものでもなかった。
すっきりしたかったので、おかげで晴れ晴れとした気分よ。じゃ、そういうことで、私の中では区切りがつきましたから。さようなら、ヤコポ。私は自分の人生を選んでいきます。
I love that for you, Morgana.
そうか。君が幸福に生きていくのを願うことだけが私にできることだ。さようならだ、モルガーナ。待ってくれ、モルガーナ。
That was a switch up! That was a switch up! Jackobo, can't you just, you know, walk away this moment and, you know, let her come back when she's in her 20s and y'all can have a talk again? Please?
分かっているのだ。このまま君を生かせる方が正しいのだと。君を幸せにできる人間ももう他にいるのだと。そのことも分かっているのだ。過去の記憶がある以上、僕の存在は害にしかならないと分かっている。それでも すべて分かっていても頼む、行かないでくれ。
Yeah, he sounds so desperate.
君が好きなんだ。どうしようもなく愛しているんだ。
Could this have waited? Y'all, this would have been so much better if he would have just waited. Bro! So tactless, like... Y'all, I would have had a completely different reaction if he would have waited with this. I kind of just want to jump into the game and just strangle him and be like, you fucking wait!
本当にバカな人。大バカすぎて目も当てられないわ。
He doesn't.
あなたどうしてそんなに私が好きなの？どうして私でないとならないの？そんなみっともなくすがるくらい。
そんなこと僕が聞きたい。君を諦められれば一番楽なのに、その選択肢すらないんだ。何度も考えを変えようと思った。何度も君の思い出を心から消そうと思った。でもできなかった。
He should have waited. He should have waited.
どうしようもできないんだ。
He should have waited because this scene would have been so completely different.
もはや呪いね。あなたには別の呪いがかかっているのよ。
Self-inflicted, by the way.
ねえ、私が今こうしてこの世界に存在しているのはあなたのせいなのよ。
どういう意味だ？
Because he wished it?
消えようとしていたあなたの魂を導いてあげたから、私の行く先も決まってしまったのよ。わからないの？あの世界のこと覚えていないの？小麦の海の愚かな夢のことを。
覚えている。いや、だがあれは僕の都合のいい夢なのだと思っていた。あの時の君は本物だったのか？
そういうことよ。よくもまあ私を抱きしめて振り向かせるだのなんだと言って挙句私の胸で泣いたものね。恥ずかしい人。それで今のあなたは今の私を呼び止めてどうしたいの？
抱きしめてみたい。
Y'all, please get him.
却下よ。最低。地獄に落ちて。
Y'all, he could have just waited. He could have just. Y'all, I'm so frustrated. Jackobo, you insanely selfish. I'm very disgusting right now.
それなら連れて行きたいところがある。
Police, there's a kidnapping also.
どこ？
僕の、いや、僕たちの故郷へ。
Okay, can you wait this time?
いいわ。探してみましょうか。私たちの故郷を。
いいのか、モルガーナ。
仕方ないでしょ。こんなに愚かな人を目の前にしたら、私もバカになってしまうわ。その時はマリーアも一緒に連れて行くのよ。あなたは彼女のこともきちんと幸せにする必要があるんです。
Yes, 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 yes. Bring Maria. Bring Maria. Ah, she'll set him straight as well. Hopefully.
喧嘩はしてもいいけど、裏切ることはしないで。お互いによ。私の呪いはもう存在しないわ。だから、もしも再び失敗したら、正真正銘、自分たちのせいよ。絶対に、そんな光景は見せないで。
ああ、分かっているとも。もう本当に必要なものは知っているのだ。二度と間違えたりはしない。
I feel that this is actually, you know, her own choice. Like, this is Morgana's own choice. If she would have been like... If she would have, like, just faltered and felt bad for Jackobo, I just feel like it was because of their, like, grooming. But since she's very, very self-aware of herself and doesn't do things that she doesn't want to do, I feel a bit safer knowing that it is her own decision. That he could be literally crawling, begging for her to take him back, and she'd still be like, no. You know what you did, I know what you did. Like, that wouldn't work on her. If she decides that she will forgive him and maybe they'll have a relationship later on in life, then that would be fine if it is on Morgana's terms.
モルガーナ、ありがとう。僕を導いてくれた。
And I'm so happy that she brought up Maria, that Maria will also be with them, because I know for a fact Reincarnation Maria, she's smart. She will have a lot of good things to say. She will be very good support to both of them.
言っておきますけれど、あなたに対する感情は悪いままです。ミシェルたちのように過去は過去と割り切れないんです。
And that is okay. That is understandable.
だから今の私にしてくれたようなことをたくさん積み重ねてください。
Yes. Set the bar so high he can't even jump over it.
いつの日か憎しみを抱かなくて済むように、もう二度とあなたのことを呪わなくて済むように。
I actually love the fact that Morgana isn't so forgiving.
そしてい つの日かあなたに心から好きだと言えるように。
ああ、必ず約束する、モモガーナ。
And don't F it up, Jackobo. Now what's gonna happen? Wait, this isn't ending credits, right? Oh. Oh! No, that's so cute!
ねえメル、生クリームの泡立て具合こんな感じでいいかしら。
Oh. Oh, the music! Oh, I love it.
これだとちょっと緩すぎない？スポンジに乗っかるかな？
でもクリームは柔らかい方がふわふわして美味しいんじゃない？あんまり硬すぎると安っぽくなるわ。
そうかな。っていうか決まってるなら僕に聞かなくてもよくない？
あ、そうだ、イチゴはもう切り終わった？まだなの？早くしてよ。
それにしても急にやる気を出したよね。フランス旅行したのがいい刺激になったのかな。
ネリー立派なパティシエになるんだから。それでネリーのお菓子をヨーロッパ中、世界中に届けるの。
I like this determination, Nelly. Yes, put your energy into that instead of Mel. I like that.
そっか、応援するよ。絶対三日坊主になる気がするけど。
Okay, he knows her too well.
それにネリーのお菓子は砂糖の分量が異常なんだよな。
よーし、頑張るわよ。
But let's hope for that anyway, even though Mel knows her very well.
まあ頑張ろうとしているのはいいことか。案外長続きするかもしれないし、夢を叶えちゃったりして。
Let's hope that, because then she will have another dream other than Mel.
僕の方がしっかりしないといけないのかも。夢か。早く見つけよう。
ねえユキマさ、前から思っていたんだけど、こういう風に人が死んでいく映画ってあなたの心を満たしてくれるの？
It just turned dark all of a sudden. This is a pretty image though. Beautiful. If you didn't know, you know, their story. Oh, Pauline. The fact that you are with a man like that, who's also never gonna love you. Oh, it crushes my heart. Y'all, she deserves so much better. So much better.
いや、全く惰性で見続けているようなものだ。でも誰もが幸福になるような映画よりはいい。
Of course you do! Of course you do, you psychopath!
じゃあ最初のデートは無理してたんだね。私そういう映画ばっかり選ぶもんね。
今はお前が無理をしているんじゃないのか。
そんなことないよ。私悲しい映画とか痛々しい映画って苦手だと思っていたんだけど。
Pauline, no! He's normalizing this to her. No, Pauline, this ain't you. Y'all, I know who can save her besides Maria. Javi. She needs somebody to take care of. And if she takes care of Javi, she won't even be thinking about Yukimasa. She'll take care of him like her own kid.
見てみたら案外楽しめているもの。もしかしたら結構素質あるのかも。
Y'all, this is not our Pauline. This is not our Pauline. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is anymore. Ah, you guys, I know exactly what happened. I know exactly what happened. She got strangled. She died. Oh, Joel! I figured it out! This is actually not our Pauline. Because she died. The real Pauline died. And then, when Yukimasa resuscitated her, this is now somebody completely else. This is not our Pauline. She just has her body.
本当は映画を見たいんじゃなくて、私のことを傷つけたいんじゃないの?
But girl, you should also run. Whoever you are.
だったらいいよ、我慢しなくても。私、とっくに覚悟はできてるから。
This is definitely not our Pauline. Nope. No. This might actually be a bloodthirsty killer too. But she's just, you know, trying to seem innocent. And then, when Yukimasa is about to do something bad, she just pulls out a knife and defends herself. Maybe? Amy? Maybe? Maybe? Maybe it could be Amy. Or she suffered brain damage. A lot of it. Ugh. I hate this. But we all agree that this is not Pauline, right? She's completely changed. She only knows about that date because it was inside of the body. But this ain't Pauline.
よせ、やめろ。そういうことを言うな。俺は抑制を誓ったんだ。
Yeah, don't be piquing his interest. Why is it that Yukimasa is now being the more logical one? Like, the one that is saying the most sane things. I never thought I would say that about Yukimasa. Almost disgusted with myself.
もし、ポーリン、お前を手にかけるような時が来たら、それが全ての終わりだ。
He's making sense. Well, that's the end of the road. Well, it could actually be the end of the road for her life as well. Whatever might happen down the road. But I feel like she's still gonna be like, I'll come back like a boomerang.
そうだね。
She's hearing this, but it's just going in one ear, out the other.
な、ポーリン。お前本当にこれで。
いいんだってば。これが私の選んだ道なんだから。後悔なんて何もしていないよ。
You need to be saved from yourself.
私 ちゃんと雪政のそばに居続けるから。いつか終わりが来る時まで。
This is not Pauline. This is not Pauline. I keep telling myself in my head. Oh my gosh!
お二人の誓いの言葉を。
Hold on. They're getting married! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, my babies! Oh my god. Sorry for screaming. Sorry for screaming. Oh my gosh. They're getting married! Hi, Black Milos! You came in the right moment. We're having a wedding and I'm screeching. I'm sorry about your all ears. Who's gonna grab the flower once Giselle throws it? Or maybe they have another tradition. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. Favorite CG. Look at this. Oh, favorite couple.
私はこの女性と結婚し、夫婦となろうとしています。私は健やかなる時も病める時も死が二人を分かつ時までこの人を愛し、この人を敬い、この人を慰め、この人を助け。
This is the best ending ever.
神の教えに従い、清い家庭を作り、常に真実を見せ、節操を守ることを誓います。
Oh, I love them. Oh, I love them. Oh, so beautiful. And you know what? You guys, look at the background. I didn't even notice. Look at the background. It's the Archangel Michael, the stained glass. Y'all, it's like they are in the mansion. So beautiful.
私はこの男性と結婚し夫婦になろうとしています。私は健やかなる時も病める時も死が二人を分かつ時までこの人を愛し、この人を敬い、この人を慰め、この人を助け、神の教えに従い清い家庭を作り、常に真実を見せ、節操を守ることを誓います。
次に指輪の交換を。
震えている。ジゼル、緊張することは何もないでしょう。誓いの言葉はあんなにスムーズに言えていたのに。
I think she's just so damn excited.
緊張しているんじゃなくて力んでいるんです。だって気を抜いたら泣き出しちゃいそうで。
That's so her. That's so her.
こんな時に神父がボロ泣きしたら大変なことになっちゃうわ。
ボロ泣きすればいいんじゃないですかね。それもそれで君らしい気がする。
No, we wouldn't be surprised.
もう
指輪入りましたよ。改めてこれからもよろしく、ジゼル。
もちろんです、ミシェル。今からは本当に私の旦那様ですね。
Oh, my cuties!
間違った。さっきの道やっぱり左だったよ。
Is she the GPS?
なんだと？君はまともに地図も読めんのか？
Wait, it's not that digital?
うっさいな。一回間違っただけだろ。
いや、3度目だ。そのうち2回は君が間違える前に私が訂正した。
ああ、はいはい、すみませんね。そんなに文句を言うなら私が運転するって。それでいいじゃん。
君の運転は荒々しすぎるのだ。君に任せたら目的地に到着する前に事故って地獄行きだぞ。
そんなことないと思うんだけどな。
Morgana's back there like so exhausted.
うるさいし、この人の運転も荒い。どっちもどっちよ。気持ち悪くなってきた。
やれやれ、このままでは宿に着くのが夜になっちまうぞ。それに迷いすぎだ。一体ここはどこなんだ？
Wow. I love this. This is beautiful. And look, the wheat field. The golden sun.
まさか今時カーナビのついていないレンタカーにぶち当たるとは。
まあまあ、こういうのもいいんじゃん。宿に到着できなかったらそん時はそん時さ。迷うのも旅の醍醐味だよ。時折休憩を挟みつつゆっくり行こうって。モルガーナもその方がいいっしょ。
お任せするわ。
まあいい。それに途中で降りたにしては悪くない景色だ。
そう？どこにでもありそうな小麦畑だけどね。
It's like the one in their dreams.
きっとどこにでもあるようなところだったのよ。
何が？
うん、何でもありません。
どこにでもあるようなところか。かもしれんな。特別な高みになって登らなくてもよかったんだ。どこにでもあるようなところにこそ必要なものが埋まっている。
I'm glad you understand in this lifetime, Jackobo.
それを今まで見つけ出せてなかっただけだ。
And it took you several lifetimes, mind you.
なんなの二人して。変な干渉に浸っちゃってさ。あれ、なんだろう。目にゴミが入ったのかな。ちょっと涙が出てきちゃった。
It's like her past self is just coming into her and crying because she's seeing them reunited, the three of them.
私も変だな。なんかこういうのんびりとした光景をずっと長い間求めていた気がするよ。
この景色を君たちと見られてよかった。
わっ、素直なあんたって気持ち悪い。レンタカーが故障すんじゃない？
君な、人に対して素直になれだのなんだの言うが、君だってよほどだぞ。
そんなことないってちゃんと言う。私もあんたたちとここに来られてよかった。それからこれからも一緒にいられるのが嬉しい。
そうね、私 私もこの瞬間をとても愛しく感じるわ。そして今ならこの世界に生まれたことを感謝できる気がする。
Maria's gonna be like, wait, what you mean, born again? Hi, Daryl, welcome!
ねえ、私の心にいるんでしょ。もう一人の私であって、ミシェルであって、聖女であるあなた。あなたもこの景色を見ている？あなたの見たがっていた故郷が広がっているわ。私たちは3人でこの景色を見ているわけじゃない。4人でここにいるのよ。
どうしたモルガーナ？
なんでもない。さあ、いつまでもここに残っていられないわ。先に行きましょう。この景色は素敵ですけれど、チェックインの時間は刻々と近づいてきてますからね。現実的な問題として。
なんだ？急に仕切るようになったな。今まで何でもいいばかり言っていたのに。
いいじゃんいいじゃん。モルガーナも前向きになったことだし、頑張って進もっか。
今度は地図を読み違えんでくれよ。頼むぞマリア。
はいはいお任せあれ。でもさ、この地図情報が古い気がするんだよね。なんか見づらいっていうかさ。
やはり心配になってきたな。
あ、次の信号を右だよ。
絶対だな。間違いではないな。3回確認したな。
したってば、信用しろよな。
She laughed. Like a genuine laugh. Oh! It's the end! We have reached the end. And here are the voice actors. I don't know many voice actors, to be honest. I really liked the story in Reincarnation 2. But I didn't like how it turned out for Yukimasa and Pauline, especially not Pauline. Like, I don't know who that was. Who possessed her? Who possessed her? But we got a wedding. We got a wedding. 10 out of 10. And the music also great. We're gonna continue with the short stories as well. Hopefully, we might get something like after the end credits. Check the history text box for this part. Oh. Pauline is a complete moron. I can't see anything endearing about it. Yeah, I was kinda shocked at the things that she said and how understanding and forgiving she was. But I said that something must have happened in her, you know, when she died and then she was resuscitated. She wasn't Pauline anymore. She wasn't Pauline anymore. That was somebody else. Oh, nice! Now this is the starting screen. Oh, lovely. But nothing in the end credits. Hold on. Is it in the extras? Oh, beautiful. This is the cover on the art book. Even Yukimasa himself is afraid of this Pauline. Yes! Yes, this Pauline was not the Pauline that we know. I would have loved Jackobo's reaction to if he remembered his Dora 3 life, learning the white-haired girl was a part of Morgana. Yeah, I would have loved that too. You know what I would have loved even more? If Jackobo didn't, you know, just blurt out his feelings. He would have... Why didn't you wait, Jackobo? Why didn't you wait? You had 1 year to wait. God darn it. She was just 17, y'all. I liked Pauline in the first game. It was a fall down from there, yes. Yes. Reincarnation Pauline is not our Pauline. Is this history box in the extras, maybe? Oh. Oh, hold on. Art gallery. Did we gain all the images? Yes! But that is that one. And we have Requiem. Whoa. I like that they censored Morgana in the first one. Oh, darn, I cried when this one came up. Oh, this music. Illustrations? Hold on. Ah, oh! Y'all, let's check the illustrations! I heard at the very end, if you check the history chat box, you would have seen text from the white-haired girl talking. Oh, what? Darn it, I don't even have a save. I've gaslighted myself into believing Jackobo is 17 too, but he just forgot. Love that, yes. That's gonna be our canon. Y'all, the art is so beautiful. What? No, I wanted to hide. There, X is up there. Oh, so beautiful. It scrolls! Wait, it scrolled by itself. Oh my gosh! Michael, you're so beautiful! This looks like the painting that George did. Oh my gosh! That shadow there! Is that Amy? The only one I can see as evil like that is Amy. So beautiful. Whoa. Wow, I love that it scrolls. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. So freaking beautiful. Wow. Oh, Michael! Y'all, he really the archangel. Look at this. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, Michael! This is awesome. Oh my gosh, so very beautiful. And all of these are in the art books, I think. Wow. Jackobo? Oh, bloody mess. Yeah, I love this look. I'm not gonna stall on the images for too long, because otherwise we're not even gonna have time to read. Wow. I love this. And the chains breaking. Is that like supposed to be a necklace? A necklace with a shell? Maybe. Maybe it's the necklace that Jackobo gave. Whoa! Jackobo! No, he broke the chain! Look at that. These images are supposed to be seen together then. Oh, the white-haired girl! Wow. Oh! Michael? Oh! It's from the vinyl art! Oh, yes. I need to buy the other vinyl art as well, because then you get... The first soundtrack is of Michael, and the second one is of Morgana. Oh, I have to put them up on the wall, just like this. I love that. Beautiful. Aww. And look! They have a cat! They have a cat! Now that's canon. It's Ugly Speckles! It's Ugly Speckles! And that was that. Did we really go through? No, we didn't even go through all of them. There's more! We need Barnier gouging us. Ah, short stories mostly are short. I gaslit myself into believing they kept minimal contact after that and just met later after 3 or 5 years. Yes, that makes me feel much better. All of us feel better with that. Michael as a badass art was promotional art before the game released to mislead people. I love that! That's what they meant with... because he said that in the backstage. In the backstage story. This is beautiful. Y'all, the art is impeccable. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I freaking adore this style. Does any one of you know if the artists have made art for another video game? I need to... Why haven't I checked out the artist yet? I need to. Oh no! Oh no! We have a demon back in the background. Oh, there we go. That's good. Look! You guys! Javi is there! Even Javi! What? And who are you screaming at? Who are you trying to hit, Jackobo? You better not do anything to Michael. Wait, hold on. What the... Wait, who's red? That better not be... No, that's... I thought that that was a part of Morgana's, like, hood or something, but no. It's a part of Michael. I was like, what are you doing? No. It's a part of Michael. Look at all of them. Nelly to the side like... And then we have Maria like... Maria, are you eyeing Giselle's... I think she is. She's like... massive. And Javi... Pauline there. I think it's Pauline's hand on Javi's shoulder. And then we have Mel. We have George there as well. And then we have... Didier. Not my favorite. He looks angry. As per usual. But George looks like a kid here. The white-haired girl like, stop! Don't hurt him! And then we have Yukimasa there. Oh my gosh, I don't want to go up because, you know, Amy. There you see Yukimasa. I'm not blocking Michael, am I? Oh, no. No, not really. Yes, the miserable people are in the back. You know what? Maybe Didier is trying to, you know, block out Amy. I think that's what he's doing. He's blocking out Amy because he realized that he also was a piece of shit, that he needs to atone. And he's never gonna be able to atone. But that's what he's doing, blocking her out. Bye, Amy. Yukimasa, you look honestly very handsome in this. I like the style. It's like a family photo. Finally they remember Javi, right? Cute! Oh my lord! Oh my god, this is gorgeous. Oh my gosh. Wow. Beautiful. Cute. So cute. Merry Christmas. This is Nelly. Is it? No, no, this is Morgana. They threw me off. No, maybe, no. Is this Nelly? Y'all, is this Nelly but in Morgana's garments? George is only 2 years younger than Didier. Didier looks like a grown-ass man. Yeah, I like this one as well. Who is this, you guys? I feel like this is Nelly cosplaying as Morgana. Yeah, Morgana's hair is red. I'm gonna say it's Nelly cosplaying as Morgana. Hey! This had a like western feel to it. Jackobo with his chest out. Oh! No, I love this! Michael is there like trying to divide them. He's like, yeah, I'm here, the dividing line. Oh, we saw this one. Oh, because it restarted. Oh my gosh! Oh, I love this style! Y'all, this is gorgeous! I adore the coloring. It looks like watercolors. Wow, this is so messy, but somehow still like cozy, because it's so colorful and not in real life. That's a lot of products. You know, he needs a lot of these products for his long hair, right? He's just like, you know, Sephiroth, who uses like two conditioner bottles? Lovely. Oh my gosh, I love this. Wow. Do we get to see more than the hand? No. Oh, I thought it was gonna continue going upward. But this is it. Just Michael's hand. I'm just assuming that this is Michael's hand because this hand to me looks like it could be a man's. The piano fingers. Looks very elegant. Lovely. 10 out of 10 art. Y'all, and look at this. Oh my gosh. Impeccable art. Impeccable. Oh my gosh. So beautiful. Uh-huh. And with the new art style. This is still very pretty as well, but it does not beat the OG art style. But this is still very beautiful. It looks like the white-haired girl almost has, like, pink hair here. Oh my goodness! Yo! Look at the two of them! Aww. This is lovely! I would have loved for this to happen in Reincarnation. This happened in Reincarnation. Lovely. And now we're back to the first one. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then head into the short stories. Oh, speaking of bathroom! We are in the bathroom! I'm not gonna take this long a time though. That's a lot of products. I need more water. So colorful. I love this. I love how this is drawn. Now this kind of style, I would have loved if Reincarnation had this kind of style, like all throughout. Because it's not generic. One bottle of conditioner at a time. Oh, the house in Fata Morgana live action adaptation in planning stages, thanks to a passionate North American film directors. News from last March. What? Is that an April Fool's joke? It better not be, Nuno! You know, not that it is April, but I usually say that I save up my April jokes so I can use them later and be like, April Fools! On another month. Reincarnation art does grow on you, but I would have loved to see the original artist version of Michael and Giselle's wedding. Oh, I would have loved to see that as well. Well, you leave Morgana for a week in the bath. I did do that. I did do that. I did absolutely do that. I'm gonna eat some snacks. Well, crackers. It's the one that I've had from before. I haven't eaten them. Right, I have Ben & Jerry's in the fridge. Michael is a sun cream enthusiast. He has all the latest brands. But look at all... What? Michael! Why you got all these papers? Why is there crumbled paper? There's a lot going on here. What is that big ass bottle? That's bubbles, maybe? Pauline was the only one that didn't get a happy ending, but in her head she thinks she got one. Oh. I'm just gonna imagine that our Pauline actually died and reincarnated into somebody else. And the Pauline that is there now is not our Pauline. Or that could be our Pauline, but she will regain her memories. And she'll be like, nuh-uh, I'm dropping out of this. Yes! Looks like house bathroom before Sophie cleaned it. Yes! It has that feel to it. I saw the trailer for the fan-made voice acting for the main game, but I don't know if this is about a game movie or a mod. I see. Good. I had paper. A little bit of water, and then we start reading. Oh my god, such lovely art. What is the concert hall? What? Music? Oh, there's lyrics. Ah, what? I love this. There's lyrics. Ooh. Door 1. Wow. I love this. I wonder if I choose a track, it's gonna play all the time. This one also has lyrics. And it looks different. Oh. Oh my goodness. I just know I'm gonna have the Nintendo Switch blasting all of these. Wow. The text fits with the song, with the beat. Ah. And here we have the lyrics for that one. And they have their own design as well. Ah. Y'all, this is fantastic. Tarantula. Ooh, it's this song. Ooh, slowly, quietly it approaches. A legion of little hairy legs. Ugh. Black Milos, are you still here? This is a tarantula song. I know how much you love tarantulas. So, a legion of little hairy legs, so small you cannot hear it crawl, so soft you cannot feel its bite, its poison seeping through your veins, dead before you realize it. Whoa. Battle of Kings. Oh, there's a lot, you guys. Oh! Dang. I wanna see... Ooh! Door 2. Morgana! No. But you're all right now, Morgana. Yay! Let's go! Ciao, Karina! Aha! But Brazilian Portuguese. I see. I liked your own personal touch to the tarantula lyrics. It came so naturally too, like, who was that? Oh, it's interesting that the English translation is from Japanese and not Portuguese. Really? Hmm. Oh, I love this one as well. Jackobo! I love this art. Men, they're walking smokestacks, puffing out their pain in a cloud of grey, just like the machines they build, not a concern for the tray where their ashes fall. If only I had a sleek, shiny frame, if only I ran on a big, loud engine, would I catch your eye then? Words aren't what I want from you. If you truly love me, if you're truly sorry, then show me how much you care. All I want is your yes, so quit fooling around. Oh, it's this one. The super villain song! Woo! Villain song number 2! Ooh. Young Beast song. Oh, there's la la loo la 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 loo. Your smile is like the promised land. Aerith, where are you? Wah! Goodbye. Bye. She gave me a jump scare. I love this one. Beautiful. This one. Okay, I'll be a little bit quicker. Wait, Kat, you said something about a battle song, right? Oh, Battle of Kings. Michael. Michael. Giselle. Aww. That was scary. I got scared, y'all. Oh my gosh. Y'all, we don't want to cry. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Battle of Kings. There it is. Let's go! Queen of the Cafe. Y'all, the music is so amazing. I love Giselle's theme as well. I was thinking about having it play actually. I'm guessing. Okay, it doesn't follow us out. Voice collection. I don't think I ever... No, I didn't save any. Okay. Was there anything extra in Reincarnation? No. It's just start... So I'm not finding this history box. Chapter select. And the back door just unlocked everything. When you unlocked it through the back door, you got Requiem for Innocence and Reincarnation unlocked. Nope, that's all of Reincarnation. Okay. Time for the short stories. I think I wanna start with the Not So Little Mermaid. Hopefully they're shorter than I think, so you know, so we can go through everyone today and tonight. The Not So Little Mermaid. Let's read this one. The Not So Little Mermaid. Ah, door 2. Ah, it's so hot I feel like I'm going to melt, Pauline said, flopping back on the ground beside me. She was having nothing but trouble on her search, and it seemed to be taking its toll. Or is this Javier's perspective? Is it? Or I mean Javi's. It looked as scorchingly hot as it felt. The sun hung high in the clear, blue sky, shining its light down on us and the clear blue ocean before us. You're wearing 5 layers and your hair's long as hell. What do you expect? Cut half of it off if you're so hot. This is definitely Javi. Javi? I feel like Javi and Morgana, they would have vibed. Totally, they would have vibed. A girl doesn't cut her hair on a whim, young man. Yeah, whatever you say, lady. This is Javi. She was more than a few years too old to be calling herself a girl. And I told her as much before, even if she still acted half her age. I'd never met another lady in her 20s that seemed so childish. It's good to have your childishness with you. I guess I'll just have to go for a swim. You what? You're... Turn around for a second, Javi. Make sure no one comes this way, okay? Pauline said, undoing her top. What? You... Hey! I said, my voice cracking. It happened so suddenly, I barely had time to process. So I just did the only thing I could think of. What she told me to. You can look now. I can look my ass. I want to snap about 1,000 things at once, but my irritation fizzled out at the sight of her playing in the water. Her feminine curves, less pronounced but still distinct through the water. Her white, mostly untanned skin. Her long black hair bouncing in the waves. It was a lot for me to take in. I can imagine. Damn it. At best, I was like a little brother to her. Yeah? Yes? Isn't that what you were supposed to be, Javi? You know, like a brother, like a little brother, like a little kid. Y'all! Maybe he had like a secret crush on Pauline. I mean, it's not unusual to be crushing on people that are older than you. I mean, I had a crush on Keanu Reeves when I was like 10. Maybe that was why Harvey was blushing in that, you know, family photo. That photo where everyone was in. But it didn't even hit me until now. And at only 14, I was most likely just a baby in her eyes. Yes, indeed. Stupid, sheltered woman, you don't understand what guys are really like. Well, you're just a kid. Huh? Did you say something, Harvey? Nope. You're just hearing things, doofus. Hold on. Didn't she say the man she was searching for was her lover? Then maybe she really did understand guys better than I thought. It kind of pissed me off to think about. Ugh, I hate you, Pauline, I muttered under my breath. Well, now we know he absolutely didn't. I'd still never called Pauline by her name to her face. No, but he called her Polly. Oh, they're short. Okay. They're short. Then we go from here. Let's go with... Oh, it says 1 lost and then 2 pain. Okay. We'll be reading them in order. Master, I was wondering if I could ask for some time off. One autumn afternoon, a young maid stood in Jackobo's study, requesting a vacation, effectively signaling her intent to quit. He lit a cigar with practiced motions, took in a deep breath, and then blew the smoke out in a long, slow stream. Again, he thought, making sure not to let it show on his face. What's your reason? He asked. Not satisfied with how you've been treated. I feel we've been quite generous. Oh no, not at all, she said. In fact, you have been much better to me than my previous house. It's not, you know, as previous house as in Yukimasa, you know, previous door? Or you mean previous house as in Michael's? No. I think she means Yukimasa one. I have no complaints about the treatment I have received. Then why? If I knew you would quit so soon, I never would have hired you in the first place. But you just started showing some improvement. Now all that time and money's gone to waste. I'm sorry. I'm asking for a reason, not an apology, he said. His voice a mixture of exhausted, irritated, and scolding that only made the girl recoil further. He let out another heavy sigh. Are kids these days all this soft? Christ, he thought. No, this can't be the maid that we know of. Because he wouldn't call her a kid. Another complaint to add to the mountain built up and locked inside. It's because, out with it. You know I don't like it when people aren't straight with me. The young maid looked up at her master apprehensively. His dark brown eyes seemed to pierce straight through her soul, making her feel like she was being squeezed from the inside out. Other maids had told her he was a lot softer than he used to be. But she couldn't imagine that at all. He was a rich, unmarried, testy man in his 30s. Everything about him was terrifying. And despite that, she was willing to face up to him and beg to quit because there was something even worse in the mansion. The headmaid scares me. The headmaid being Giselle, when she was the maid. Jackobo raised an eyebrow. He had been expecting her to say he scared her. Did the headmaid do something to you? He asked. No, she didn't. Then why? Is she gonna say that she's creepy? Ash fell from Jackobo's cigar. His irritation levels were rising. The younger maid looked up at him, fear in her eyes. Are you not scared of her too, master? Her appearance never changes at all. The past few years, there had been an increase in maids quitting for vague, non-specific reasons, and he finally had his answer. When Jackobo purchased the mansion, he was 22 years old, taking the first step to expanding his family's influence to the new world. Oh, hold on, what did I do? Expectations for him were high, and the pressure was almost suffocating. But he was still an optimistic, ambitious young man at the time. He had to do this, and he had to do it right. And it was that determination that allowed him to maintain the softness in his heart beneath the tough businessman demeanor. Which was probably what led to him hiring the mysterious maid he found in his newly acquired estate. Hi, Snoozer! So good to see you! Yes, it's going super good. We finished the story. Now we're reading short stories. She was there when he first stepped through the door, calling him master and showing him around the property. Then once she was done, she started working. Jackobo wasn't sure what to make of the woman, but she seemed to know what she was doing, and over time, his suspicion slowly transformed into respect. "Where's your master?" he asked. "My previous master passed away," she said with a perfect smile. "As the new owner of this mansion, you are my current master." Assuming that meant the previous owner had just made no arrangements for her to transfer anywhere after he passed, Jackobo decided to let her stay and work as she wished. It was the responsibility of those with power to give work to those without, and he felt some satisfaction in taking her in. And for more than 10 years, she did that work almost flawlessly. And as long as she wasn't causing trouble, he didn't see any reason to pry into personal matters. How long she had been here, why she worked as a maid, or who even she was. He never bothered asking her anything. But now, he was 35, and the maid still looked to be in her early 20s, just as she had the day he arrived. Jackobo leaned back in his chair, staring absently up at the ceiling, watching the smoke from his cigar waft upwards. The young maid who quit was long gone, probably living with her family. He'd considered introducing her to a new house, but he'd had so many maids quit on him he was running out of acquaintances to foist them on. There was a knock on the door. He leaned forward and said, "Who is it?" "It is I," came the voice of the headmaid. He called her in, and the woman who stepped through the door was indeed identical in appearance to 13 years prior. She floated gracefully to the center of the office, not making a single sound. He felt almost like he was watching a ghost. "One of the younger maids left today," she said, "so I wanted to discuss with you how we should proceed redistributing the work. I leave that to you as always. I'll take care of finding a replacement." "Yes, master," she said with a bow. Usually, that would be the end of the discussion, and she would dismiss herself. But for some reason, she stood there, unmoving, her deep, unreadable eyes of jade locked on his. "What is it?" he asked with a frown, mildly uncomfortable. "Have you considered dismissing me?" she said, wearing the same faint smile she always had on. Her face was like a perfectly carved mask. "I know that the maids have been quitting because of me. They've seen what I look like, and so rumors have been going around. The young girls are especially impressionable, so they are more likely to believe them. Have you considered dismissing me?" I mean, couldn't you just say that she has like a very good moisturizer that just reduced 13 years of her age or something? Jackobo tapped his cigar against the ashtray on his desk, then leaned back in his chair. He had considered it before, but he always came to the same conclusion. Every other maid could quit and it wouldn't slow down work as much as losing you. Oh my, you think quite highly of me. I know a capable worker when I see one, and you're more than capable. Hell, sometimes I wonder if you've been doing this job for hundreds of years. Oop! My, she said, her smile widening. You jest. If I had been a maid for hundreds of years, that would make me a ghost. Well, aren't you? He almost said. 5 or 6 years ago, he might have been able to chalk it up to good makeup, but 13 years wasn't something you could just hide like that. Jackobo didn't like talk of ghosts or the supernatural or any of that nonsense, but it had reached a point he simply couldn't think of any natural explanation. Why don't we have a little chat? I'd like to get to know a little about you. Her eyes went wide at his proposition. It had been a while since he'd seen her make a face other than the pristine smile, but even her surprise seemed artificial. With her, only the most restrained of emotions came across as genuine. Is it going to rain tomorrow, master? You have never shown an interest in me before. Indeed, you might want to set your overcoat out. Hehe. Now, what was it you wished to know? What are you? He asked, not dancing around the question. The headmaid gave a little giggle in response. I am but a mere maid, master. Yeah, that's about what I figured you'd say. Next, who was your previous master? He was a very precarious man, drifting between man and beast. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Doesn't sound like a very good master to me. No, he wasn't. He was horrible. Did he even pay you? No, sir. The house was in shambles at the time. He let out another long stream of smoke. When on earth was she speaking of? When he had bought the property, it was a little outdated, but otherwise in good shape. If he took her at her word, that would have to have been at least 30 years ago. He wanted to press her further, but he knew she would just laugh and brush the question aside. So he took another puff of his cigar and asked, "And who was before that?" "The father of 2 adorable little children. He was rarely at the house, though, so his wife, son and daughter served as my masters. They were a noble family, and they treated me quite well." I didn't know nobility had lived here. My. You believe me, master? Oh, so you realize it sounds ridiculous, do you? I understand that it may seem somewhat unbelievable to you, yes. Well, I'm not completely taking you at your word, that's for sure. This is just a casual conversation after all, and I know we're all prone to some embellishment. So, who was before that? The sibling's grandfather. He was the man who taught me how to be an Abigail, a maid. He loved roses, and I would often go out and admire the flowers with him. Jackobo twitched at the word rose, a reminder of a great mistake he'd made years ago. He snuck a glance at the window, closed his eyes, and whispered, "I see." "All right," he continued. "Who was before that?" "Before him was..." Her gaze drifted upward, maybe to the stained glass window, and then a rift formed in her persona, barely perceptible, but it didn't slip past Jackobo's notice. She still wore that eerily flawless smile, but hair-thin cracks had appeared in her jade eyes, allowing a carefully hidden murkiness to seep to the surface. For a split second, she seemed to be wearied to her core, looking out toward a faraway land she could never reach. And then it was gone just as quickly. Before him was my dearly beloved, whose return I am still awaiting. For that reason, I hesitate to call them my master. I am terribly excited for their eventual return, though. "Sounds complicated," he said. "I won't pry any further." She gave a wide smile. It was best to just leave it at that, he thought. They weren't friends. She was a maid, and he was her master. "Next question. And I don't know how I never asked you this before," Jackobo said, letting it hang in the air for a second. "What is your name?" Saying it out loud only emphasized how ridiculous a question it was. He'd had this woman in his hire for 13 years without so much as knowing her name. With every other maid, he knew their name, age, family history, and more before they even signed the contract. Maybe she's gonna be like, "I don't know, I'm just the maid." But her, he never had a contract for her in the first place, which was unthinkable for a man who didn't even allow himself to make the smallest of mistakes. He had no idea how he could have let this happen. The only explanation he could think of was some unnatural power diverting his attention from it. My. You can simply call me the headmaid, as you have all these years. "I'm the master of the house, and I'm telling you to tell me your name," he said in his unflinching business voice. to which she gave him the same smile as ever. And then, when she offered him the name she believed to be her own, the air in the room seemed to crack. "My name is Morgana, Master." Oh, so she said Morgana. Jackobo's eyes went wide. While he wasn't as prone to shouting now as he had been in his emotionally troubled 20s, that was enough to push him over the edge. "No, it's not," he yelled, unsure why he was so certain. There was another crack in the air between them. He lurched out of his chair, the force sending it toppling to the floor. She, meanwhile, looked only mildly surprised. "No, that name does not belong to you." "Oh my, then to whom does it belong?" She giggled. Every second he spent in the presence of that stony smile felt like a knife to the heart. By any reasonable measure, she was in the right. He had no place to deny someone else their name. But deep down, he just couldn't accept that name as belonging to the headmaid. "Master, your hand." He looked down to see his fist clenched around the still-lit cigar. The faint smell of burnt flesh rose up from it, though he didn't even feel the heat. Jackobo threw the crushed cigar to the ground. He had no idea why hearing a single name had sent him into such a frenzy, and not having an explanation only agitated him further. "I think that's quite enough conversation for one day. Please, just call me the headmaid, as you always have." "Now, do excuse me, master," she said, and Jackobo could only watch in silence as she drifted out of his office. Jackobo's wife's bedroom was on the second floor, next to his own. Specifically, the room she had used in the early days of their marriage. In response to information shared with him by a good friend, which he trusted blindly, he had moved her to the first floor. And then, still unable to trust her, he had relocated her to an entirely separate building on the property. Her room on the second floor had remained untouched since her disappearance. Knowing she was sensitive to sunlight, he'd had heavy light blocking curtains installed on the windows. And then, so the room didn't feel too gloomy, he'd had it furnished with white fabrics and light wooden furniture. And it was all still there. He included the room in the maid's daily cleaning duties, but many of them considered it a waste of time, so occasionally it would be neglected. In the past, he would have yelled at them for that, but now he just gave them stern reminders to do all their assigned work. Which worked, though he could tell they weren't pleased. No one actually believed his wife would ever come back. After losing everything at the age of 26, he had set out in search of his missing wife, both with his own 2 feet and by hiring private investigators to look for her all across the globe. But even after so many years, he had nothing to show for it. Jackobo was beginning to think himself that she would never be back. But he wouldn't give up for any reason. She had waited steadfastly for him, even after being broken mentally and spiritually. So he had an obligation to do the same. It wasn't worth much, but it was the least he could do for her, being the one responsible for hurting her so. He wished to have just one last chance, to see her again and atone for all the damage he had done. All this man wants to do is atone. And he's always been the cause for it as well. That was the only thing keeping him alive, now that he had nothing else. He stood quietly in his wife's bedroom. On the desk sat her phenakistoscope, yellowed over the years. He could still see her calling it her phenakis wheel, with a gentle smile on her face. The same smile he had stolen from her and crushed under his feet. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He could hear her voice, as clear as the day they had gotten married. Hers was a soft, almost musical voice, the sound of which he would never forget. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Michelle." They first met on the day of their wedding, in the waiting room. She was wearing a veil at the time, so it wasn't until they made their vows that he saw the brilliantly affectionate smile on her face. A perfect match for her name, he thought, which came from the archangel Michael. There was no one for whom an angel's name was more appropriate. Maybe that's also his animosity because of Michael. He's like, no, the only archangel is Michelle. But now, the pieces had come loose with the headmaid's earth-shaking proclamation. And they were coming together to form a different picture altogether. On the day Jackobo met his wife, somewhere deep down, he felt as though he had known her sometime long, long ago. Oh, now this is interesting. That he had been searching for her that entire time, and had wanted nothing more than to bask in the light of that smile once more. Basically, he kinda knew this was Morgana. His soul knew this was Morgana. Third door, Jackobo knew. And he would do anything to make sure she never lost it again. He saw a vision of a forlorn graveyard he had never seen before. The graveyard that she kept going to, that Morgana kept going to, right? A young girl crouched before a makeshift headstone, turning back to look at him. Her smile, the same as the woman he had married. His eyes went wide, and he thought he was crying. But they were perfectly dry. He had long since lost the ability to weep. Was Michelle really your name? Y'all, down to his very soul. He knew Morgana. Jackobo's soul was bound by 2 sets of chains. Weighed down by 2 great transgressions. He could feel them both distinctly. He understood how terrible the things he had done were, and that he deserved no redemption. A few days later, Jackobo was returning from an on-site inspection and decided to pass through the garden on the way. A woman with long black hair crouched before a small flower bed, practically blending into the night. Hearing her master's footsteps, she stood up, brushed the dirt off her skirt, and gave him an ever-flawless smile. "Good evening, master. What brings you to the garden this evening?" "I was looking for you," he said. "Oh my, you have not been yourself lately, sir. Is it love? Because I'm afraid my heart already belongs to someone else." "That's not funny. My heart's already taken too, and not by you." She giggled impishly. "You are quite right, master. You would never tell the object of your affection I was looking for you." "Hey, that's your boss you're talking to." "Hehehe." Jackobo sighed, glancing over at the flower bed. The whole area had once been a magnificent rose garden, but he had ordered it destroyed 9 years earlier. Enough time had passed that he was able to grow out of his irrational hatred of flowers, though. And so it was the headmaid's efforts that had brought it back to life, though on a smaller scale for the time being. "I apologize for what I did to the rose garden," he said, which elicited a bewildered stare from her. His gaze still averted, he continued. "You were fond of the roses too, weren't you? You mentioned coming out to look at the flowers with one of your previous masters, the nobleman, wasn't it?" "Michael! And now that I think about it, you were the one who looked after the garden the most as well." The headmaid let his words hang in the air for a few moments, then gave him a quizzical look. What has gotten into him, she thought. But giving it a bit more consideration, she understood. He had plenty of time to reflect on his mistakes, so perhaps an apology was not so surprising. She had grown so numb to the passage of time that she'd forgotten Jackobo was just a young businessman, still getting his feet wet when they'd first met. So green that he had seen no trouble in hiring a mysterious maid who refused to talk about herself, eventually assigning her the position of headmaid. Power, influence, business relationships, restless nights, constant betrayal. The pressures of the life he'd chosen had corrupted him. And then, in the wake of a great tragedy, he had managed to rid himself of some of that corruption. But only after he had lost the two people to whom that change would matter most. "You need not apologize to me for anything," she said. "As a matter of fact, I bear some fault myself for failing to see the truth. I could have stopped you, master, and I could have prevented the destruction of the rose garden too. You're just a maid," he said. "You were in no position to see anything I couldn't. I should have caught on to Maria's scheming sooner. And I should have trusted my wife. The truth I failed to see was not theirs, it was yours, master." "Mine? Yes. I failed to see the kindness and love in your heart." Jackobo glared at the smiling headmaid, like she'd just told an offensive joke. If that were true, I wouldn't have been so obsessed with money and personal gain. I wouldn't have killed my closest friend, and I wouldn't have abused my wife. Were your monetary desires truly as selfish as you claim? He clenched his teeth, turning away from her clear jade eyes. He felt like she was looking straight through him. "You wanted the money," she said. For your homeland, your family, your friend, your beloved. Am I mistaken? Yes, you are, he spat. While it was true he had wanted money for all those things, they were not his only motivators. He'd also wanted it for the power, to put himself on top of the world, safe from anyone who would betray him. But eventually, money and power changed from the means into the goal itself, sending him far off the path. Had he simply kept his eye on his true objective rather than obsessing endlessly over how to protect himself, he could have done more for both Maria and his wife. The headmaid gave him a somewhat melancholy smile. If you so insist, master, then yes, I am mistaken. Nonetheless, it is all in the past now, and neither of us can take back the choices we made then. Precisely. He could say it was all supposed to be for his wife or Maria, but what would that accomplish? Nothing. Allegedly, noble intentions didn't excuse the kind of pain he had caused. He let out a short sigh, casting all those thoughts aside. I was looking for you because I need you for something. Yes? What can I help you with? She asked. He turned his gaze toward the mansion, staring up a tall, long, abandoned tower. It's like he knows. It seemed almost radiant in the light of the full moon. Come with me. When Jackobo purchased the mansion, it had already gone through repairs to bring it up to a habitable condition. There was just one area that remained conspicuously in disrepair. Initially, he was planning to have the strange, decrepit tower demolished. There was no point in having it repainted only to sit unused, so he wanted to replace it with something actually useful, like a storeroom. But for some reason, which he still didn't understand, he could never bring himself to destroy the tower. The entrance to the tower was at the back of what he called the second great hall, a mostly unused hall near the back of the property. There were rumors among the maids about strange sounds and ghosts, and blood dripping from the ceiling, going as far back as when Maria was still alive. Back then, he recalled telling her it was all nonsense, and that he had no interest in you women's little ghost stories. But the truth was, something did seem off about that hall. Not in a frightening or unsettling way, though. Being there, he felt smothered with guilt and shackled with sorrow. Y'all. This really followed him. So he avoided going to the second great hall as much as possible. It's like Jackobo himself inflicted this chain on him. Like he would never forget. He hadn't even had lights installed in the hall, so stepping through the door felt like entering an entirely isolated realm of darkness. Jackobo and the headmaid each carried oil lamps to light their way through the hall. At the far end stood a door not opened in countless years. Just an ordinary wooden door, though, with a simple lock, not a heavy metal one with a complicated 3-key lock. As he unlocked the door with his master key, the headmaid whispered, "Why did you bring me here?" She considered following it up with, "Were you too scared to come on your own?" but even she couldn't bring herself to make light of things in the tower's presence. I started paying more attention to you recently, after the last maid quit. And I noticed when you're not focused on something, you're looking towards one of two places. The former rose garden or this tower. So I thought it would be best to bring you with me when I came to see the tower. I see. The inside of the tower was black as the abyss, even darker than the hall leading to it. The light from their 2 oil lamps revealed a long spiral staircase leading up. And something stirred in the long frozen heart of the headmaid at the sight of that staircase. Oh my gosh. Is she gonna be thinking about Michael? Jackobo set a foot on the first stair, pressing down on it hard in several places. It let out low creaks under his weight, but didn't seem to in danger of breaking. That said, it was still an abandoned tower at night, and nobody knew they were here. This was a terrible idea that could go wrong at any time, and he knew it. Watching him slowly climb the stairs, the headmaid's chest grew tight. For an instant, she wasn't seeing him, but someone else. They were holding her by the hand, running up and up and up. Oh my gosh, no! Why did you want to see the tower? She said, trying to bring herself back to the present. Hell if I know. She tilted her head. He almost never acted without a clear reason. All I do know is, I got the strangest feeling I would find something about myself here. I see, she said, putting on a smile. I too have a strange feeling that I will find something of myself here. Climbing the decaying staircase was a long, arduous process. Every so often they passed a window carved out of the stone wall. The light from the moon illuminated the path before them, guiding sinner and prisoner ever upward. After more revolutions than the headmaid was able to count, the end was finally in sight. But there was one final obstacle before they could reach the door at the top. The next section of the staircase had collapsed. Shall we head back? The headmaid asked. If they were to attempt to proceed, one of them would undoubtedly slip and take a fall straight down to hell. Surely Jackobo would realize there was no way forward and give up. But she was wrong. Leaning against the stone wall for support, he placed his right foot on what little remained of the next stair. And then he carefully guided his left foot to the next. Several slow, meticulous steps later, a chunk of stone gave out under his weight, tumbling downward into the abyss. But even that was not enough to stop his determined procession. She watched him in silence. She was not afraid that he might fall, however, because if that were to happen, then that simply meant he was fated to die here. It was an insignificant detail to her. As long as she was able to wait for her beloved to return, nothing else mattered. But he made it across the collapsed region unharmed. It seemed the mansion was not ready to be rid of him just yet. He turned around, shining his oil lamp over the gap. You're free to wait there. No, no, she said. I will accompany you. She then gracefully lifted her skirt off the ground and followed the same crumbling path across the chasm he had. When she finally made it across, he gave her a smug smirk. Damn, and here I thought you were going to float across like a ghost. Why didn't she gain this power? I guess you really are alive. To which she responded with a little smile. They resumed their climb, soon reaching the top level of the tower. Beyond a door half rotten away sat a chamber with a single window high up on the wall. Through it shone a pillar of moonlight. The two of them entered the chamber, proceeding to the center of the room. The air inside was far colder than the autumn night they had left behind. It chilled them both to their bones, to their souls. Jackobo stood in place, gazing up at the window for some time. Then he walked up to the stone wall, dropping to his knees in front of what appeared to be nothing at all. He traced the irregular surface with his fingers, his hand slowly forming into a fist and dropping lifelessly to the hard floor. She could hardly see a trace of the powerful, wealthy businessman he was in that slouched form. He seemed so much smaller, on the verge of withering away. "Did you find that something about yourself here?" she asked, her voice carrying well into the cold, empty chamber. "Yeah," he said, his voice shaking. There was far more contained in that single syllable than she could ever hope to discern. For a moment, she thought he was crying. But from the glimpse she caught of his face, his eyes were dry, though he looked pale as a ghost. She stepped toward him, gently placing her hand upon his back. And then she spoke, breaking her personal vow to remain an observer. "If you wish to end your life here, I can offer you my hand." The man spun around to face her. There was neither anger nor surprise in his eyes, though. "Why would you say that?" "I do not know," she said. "Seeing you there on your knees, the words simply came out. I felt as though that was what you wanted." She lowered herself to her knees as well, so their eyes were at the same level. He flinched, but did not avert his gaze from hers. "You're right," he muttered, barely audible. "There was a time when I did want that. A long, long time ago. But still, I descended those stairs. I couldn't let myself just toss aside what I had sacrificed everything to attain." He remembers! Even knowing there was only suffering to be found at the bottom? That's exactly why I had to own it. Just like I have to own my mistakes now. I see. Then I shall observe and see where this path takes you. Ah, what a wretched man, she thought, smiling. She was an experienced enough maid to know to keep that thought to herself, though. And she herself was also a wretched woman who had wanted to die alongside her love at the top of this very tower. But in her broken mind, those memories had been transformed into a fairy tale. The full moon had begun its descent by the time they left the cold chamber. At the collapsed section of stairs, Jackobo crossed first, as he had going up. The headmaid then made to follow after him. Maid then made. But was instead greeted to his hand extended across the gap. She tilted her head. Obviously, he was offering her assistance in crossing. But she had made it over with no difficulty the first time, so she couldn't understand why. I feel like he felt a connection with the maid, like they both have lost something very, very important to them. And they'd be spending a lot of years together. Not to mention, the master of the house had no obligation to help a lowly maid. But bathed in the glow of the moon, her hand stretched out to take his. Before she realized what happened, they had both lost those they cared about most. And when their fingers touched, he saw a bright, spirited young woman with an infectious smile. And she saw a kind-hearted and sometimes sarcastic young man. Giselle and the slave, vestiges of their long-forgotten selves, bursting forth for the tiniest, most insignificant of moments. That was beautiful. Michael, to tell you the truth, I wanted nothing more than to descend these stairs with you, hand in hand. Morgana, to tell you the truth, I wanted nothing more than to go back to those days when I could still take your hand. By the time the headmaid had made it across the collapsed stairs, the shadows of their old selves had disappeared without a trace. Only the maid, who always wore a smile, and the forlorn businessman remained there in the tower. A faint connection had formed between them, though. A shared isolation and emptiness. An empathy as similarly damaged souls. But that too would fade in time. Their connection as fleeting as autumn night. With him leading the way, and her following behind. They descended the spiral staircase together. "And what about you?" he asked. "Were you able to find out something about yourself here?" "Yes," she said. "I believe I did. But I fear it will slip through my fingers again before long. You never struck me as the forgetful type. I have been for some time. I have no room for new memories anymore." "Well, that's probably for the best," he said. "It would be best if you forgot what you found here as well." "Not a chance." My, she said. "You were quite the intractable one." "I could say the same about you." Hehehe. "Say, master, what is it?" "I want to tell you something, before I forget the things I felt tonight." "Yeah?" "I was not terribly fond of you when we first met." This is our feeling as well. Like, we weren't too fond of Jackobo in Door 3. But he's a very likable character. He's one of the best written characters ever to grace fiction. That sounds about right. But that is not true any longer. Is that so? It is. The truth is, I thought you were creepy as hell at first. Didn't even want to look at you. Hehe, that sounds about right. But that's not the case anymore. Is that so? Yeah, it is. I really like that one. Really like that one. And now we got it answered. Door 3 Jackobo knew. He knew. And he died knowing. He died with the regret of having not only once, but twice hurt Morgana so much. I'm just gonna drink some water and then we'll continue with 2 Pain. Yeah, I'm thinking that this one will be longer as well. Oh, I missed Snoozer. I actually didn't know there were more games connected to the house in Fata Morgana. The original has been in my backlog forever, so I should probably escape. Yes. Alright, I should disappear before my curiosity wins. Such a cutie. Interesting how Jackobo, more than the other 2 reincarnated men, seemed to remember his past life more. Even in the OG game, he asked the maid whether his wife's name was really Michelle, since subconsciously he knew deep down she was Morgana. Oh. Y'all, Jackobo. He really died lonely and miserable. At least I'm thinking that he had Giselle. Number 2. Pain. This is probably also gonna be about Jackobo, I think. Beyond ending 4, a moment of hesitation. How can you be sure that even now, I still love you? Can you deny the possibility that I no longer yearn for you, but the white-haired girl? Can you deny the possibility that my love for you has transformed into hate? Farewell, Michael. In a brief moment of hesitation, Michael had abandoned Giselle, leading to the worst possible outcome for both of them. The both of them, and one other as well, a young girl. The girl who, however, remained oblivious to her fate. Are you sure you really wanted to let him go? The girl leaned back in a rocking chair before the fireplace, tracing her bottom lip with her skeletal finger. Her face was covered in hideous scars, a fitting look for the witch of the cursed mansion, but it was her devilish smile that left the strongest impact. The maid, who now remembered she was Giselle, was putting kindling on the fire, a task she had done countless times over hundreds of years. But this time, the circumstances were slightly different. Yes, I'm sure. Giselle looked up at the witch, distraught. Her already unnatural pale face was almost entirely devoid of color. Just moments earlier, she had banished the man she loved. She had cast Michael's soul back into the void, sending it off with a wish that he would never find his way back to this mansion. I see, the witch said, still running her finger across her lip. I don't think I'll ever understand. If you hate someone, you should chain them down and torture them for all eternity. It was the perfect opportunity to trap his soul. I do not hate him, Giselle said, causing the witch's bony finger to come to a sudden halt. The witch raised an eyebrow, perplexed, but it was hidden in the shadow of her hood for no one to see. Oh, is that so, my dear? After everything you said, I simply assumed I could never come to hate him. I could never want to see him dead or tortured. As she spoke, the look of dejection on Giselle's face deepened. However, there seemed to be a hint of relief beneath it, which the witch couldn't comprehend. Aha! Then why did you say what you did? The witch extended her skeletal finger toward Giselle. Giselle sighed, saying, I don't think you would understand. Sometimes you kept your distance from someone because you loved them. You sent them back to the mortal realm to live a normal life away from you, an undying apparition, because you loved them. You never wanted them to set foot in the cursed mansion again because you loved them. The witch would never understand those desires. She would never understand telling someone, I don't love you because you love them. And she would never understand lying to push someone away because you love them. Probably not, the witch said. I'm not particularly interested in understanding either. It doesn't matter what happened in the interim. In the end, nothing's changed, has it, my dear? You are still my darling, devoted maid. With enough time, you will once more forget your name. Giselle slowly closed her eyes. The witch was right. In time, the mansion would eat away at her until there was once again nothing left. However, she no longer felt any fear about losing herself again. Giselle had no one to wait for anymore, which meant she was free from having to despair about him never showing up. She didn't regret her choice either. As she had shown Michael the events of her own past, she had come to realize that she was no longer that person. That she was merely an unsettling shadow of the woman he had known. And she didn't want to subject him to that. It's for the best. Giselle repeated that phrase to herself again and again. A devilish smile rose to the witch's lips as she watched her gaze slowly sink to the cold floor. Hehe, what a wonderful world this is, she said. She was in complete control of everything, after all. The cursed mansion existed outside reality, an eternal prison where time held no meaning. What one soul perceived as a day could be a second or a year for another soul. The witch, Morgana, awoke from a long rest. She opened her eyes, and there was the fireplace crackling away. Before it knelt a woman with deathly pale skin, feeding the fire with kindling. Morgana had no idea where the maid got the wood. "Oh, hello there," Good morning. The witch snorted. Good morning to you as well, my dear, Morgana said. How long has it been? Since when? Since you cast him out. Cast who out? The maid said with her usual smile, tilting her head. Which was all Morgana needed to hear to know what had happened. It's been long enough for you to have fully reverted, I see. Whatever do you mean? The maid asked. Oh, is this one of your riddles? When have I ever given a riddle? You're the one who likes to make everything you say sound mysterious, my dear. My, if you say so. Are you trying to agitate me? Of course not. Now, would you like to start your day with a cup of herbal tea? Morgana sighed. It seemed the maid had indeed fully reverted. She'd had this exchange every single time she woke up since the maid's mind had broken. And even though her own sense of time had dulled as well, having to answer the same questions over and over again was still frustrating. She was the one who had broken the maid's mind in the first place, though. So she also understood she had brought this on herself. I've told you this again and again. I don't need any tea. And what about breakfast? The maid asked. I don't need food either. As I've also told you repeatedly. The maid pursed her lips into a little pout. Any food or tea you prepare is nothing but the products of a deluded spirit's imagination, and I would cast myself into the void before touching that, the witch thought, sighing. Then will you be doing your usual rounds of the house? The maid asked. I suppose, the girl said, gazing up at the dark ceiling. Her only real pastime was visiting the three souls trapped here and tormenting them. Sometimes with words, sometimes with visions of the past, and sometimes with her own two hands. Gradually, bit by bit, she chipped away at their souls. As the master of the house, it acted to serve her will. And that influence was especially powerful while it existed outside time, which meant she could do almost anything she pleased. And she had taken full advantage of that ability to torture the souls of the flaxen-haired boy, the beast-like swordsman, and the monstrous lord. She was more than willing to spend the rest of eternity exacting her revenge on the three of them. That said, she felt things were getting a bit repetitive, and with Michael banished, there was no longer any hope of outside entertainment, which left her the only one with the power to mix things up. It might be time to send them out again. The maid blinked at her, perplexed. But of course she wouldn't understand. She didn't know about the three souls imprisoned here. Are you going to release something from the mansion? The maid asked quizzically. I would never, the witch said, cackling. They've been placed under a powerful curse, a wish of destruction and reconstruction. And I am going to begin that process again. Have them live their third lives. Oh, I can't wait to see what terrible ends they meet this time. Aren't you excited, my dear? Yes, very much so. The the maid said, smiling as though she hadn't understood a single word. The witch jumped to her feet, giddy with rancor. Imagining the miserable, bloody futures the three terrible men would surely meet had fixed her mood in an instant. They had to suffer for all eternity. They had to endure a fate worse than death. They had to pay for their sins, over and over and over again. Morgana first went to visit the flaxen-haired boy, whose soul was imprisoned in the rose garden. As she approached the double doors, they opened on their own, the rusty hinges letting out pain shrieks. On the other side lay a colorless, withered garden, a sad shadow of its once brilliant, colorful splendor. Of course, the witch felt no heartache over the garden's state of decay. A boy's shadow knelt on the ground, almost entirely encased in a briar patch. It was wispy and barely managed to retain its human form. Arms wrapped around his head, he muttered endlessly to himself. It's not all my fault. I can't take this anymore. Someone get me out of here. Morgana stuck her chin out, looking down on the pathetic creature before her. Her last time here, he had been a bit more coherent, but now he seemed to be hardly there at all. The flaxen-haired boy's punishment was to relive the day that started it all, over and over again. He had to watch dozens of people die during the Harvest Festival celebration, including his own sister. And now that he'd finished his second life as well, she made him watch his mistakes from that as well. Such as the time he called his sister disgusting and pushed her away. I mean, that was a valid reaction. And also, y'all know, I'm on the Mel did nothing wrong train. The very same sister he betrayed the lakeside witch for. I never could have known that would happen. I just wanted a normal life. Someone, please, get me out of here. Would you like me to set you free? The witch asked. Only then did the shadow notice her presence, looking up at her with his featureless, empty face. What? The witch's smirk grew wider. I said I'm thinking of releasing you. If the flaxen-haired boy had any strength left to think, he would have realized this was all a trick, not a sudden display of kindness. But all he could see was an opportunity to escape, and he was going to take it. But please, let me go. He didn't even so much as wonder why. The only thing that registered in his feeble mind was the word, free. Nothing else mattered as long as he could escape this place. The witch's devilish smirk widened even further. Very well, then I shall deliver your soul to its rightful place. You are very fortunate to have this chance to return to the mortal realm, my dear. Thank you so much for your forgiveness. A contorted smile rose to the flaxen-haired boy's face. He then whisked away into nothing, leaving behind only a small breeze to rustle the witch's robe. It took all her strength to not burst out laughing. Thank you for your forgiveness? That was brilliant. she hadn't said a thing about forgiving him. "Farewell, Mel," the witch said, tracing her lip with her bone finger. "We'll meet again soon," she said. The witch's parting words this time were not, "until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate." Because she hadn't released him from the curse, so his fate was still bound to her, even as he began life anew. And so long as he remained subject to the curse, so did the soul of the girl who meant so much to him. Next, the witch went to visit the swordsman. His soul was imprisoned in the cellar, from which the stench of blood and flesh emanated. After losing his mind, the twisted killer began destroying everything in sight, while howling in some incomprehensible tongue. Perhaps his native language, perhaps not a human language at all. The witch was, in truth, not looking forward to this visit. While the cursed mansion was indeed her domain, her own little realm of the dead, she was still just a regular soul herself. If he were to catch her off guard, he could very well damage her soul beyond repair. The witch held the greatest grudge against the barbaric lord, but she remained the most cautious around the swordsman. With an exasperated sigh, she opened the cellar door. And exactly as she expected, a barely humanoid beast leapt at her the second she did. And that's also probably why she was behind Michael that one time. She was like, "Nuh-uh, I'm not going into that door." "Stop this instant," she shouted, pointing a bony finger at the beast. In the realm of the dead, it was willpower and not physical strength that ruled, which meant that while the witch had been a helpless girl in life, she was the most powerful being in this domain. At her command, the beast froze mid-motion, a katana held high above his head. He stared wide-eyed at the small girl standing before him, beads of sweat forming on his neck. The beast shouted something in some inhumane tongue. I wonder if we can see it. No. The witch glanced around the cellar. It was littered with corpses, blood stains on every surface. Perhaps among the bodies was even the woman he called his tether. The witch turned her golden eyes back to the beast. In life, she had been terrified of this man. So scared that she had resorted to opening her door for the flaxen-haired boy, hoping to ask for his assistance. But now, there was no fear, only glee at having him entirely under her thumb. "How would you like it if I returned you to the realm of the living?" she asked with a devilish grin. The beast stared at her blankly, his form shifting into something faintly more human. "You're still torn between your two greatest desires, aren't you? You thirst for blood, and yet you crave a quiet life at the same time. You've already fallen once, lived as a beast, but that wasn't enough to satisfy you. So perhaps the only way to quench your thirst is with the other desire, peace and quiet. And I'm offering you another chance to have that." "Do you mean it?" The shadow's hands were trembling. It took the witch everything in her power to not start cackling at the sight. That abhorrent killer, shaking like a lamb. "Yes, I mean it," she said with a smile. The katana fell from the beast's hands, letting out a loud, high-pitched clang when it hit the hard floor. As the sound echoed in the cellar, it sounded almost like 1,000 ghosts screaming. "So you do want to go back to being a man after all?" The shadow dropped his head in a crude imitation of a nod. A hideous beast and his most benevolent savior. It was a scene that could have easily taken place between him and the white-haired girl in his second life. Of course, the witch's intentions were nothing like hers. And by the witch's mercy, the beast was freed. With his disappearance, the countless bodies stacked up in the cellar vanished, as if they had never been there. Only the smell of blood remained to remind her of the carnage. The witch then burst out laughing, unable to hold it back any longer. "Oh, that was brilliant. Do you really think you'll ever be able to find peace? No, you'll just kill whoever holds you back and descend into madness, no matter how much you resist. And this time, you're going to turn everyone on you and die a sad, miserable, gruesome death." Her cackling echoed in the cold cellar for some time. Her final stop was to see the man she despised more than anyone, the Lord. I still find it a bit amusing that going into the second door, confronting Yukimasa, she was like almost wanting the assistance of Mel to come with her. She picked Mel over the maid, y'all. I need some chapstick. Yeah, there. Now we're going to the Lord. That monstrous savage. The mere thought of him filled her head with a pitch-black rage. He had ruined her life and tainted her soul. He was the cruelest, most barbaric of all of them. He held disgusting blood sabbats, turning a saint into a spectacle. The witch despised all three men, but her loathing for the Lord, the ultimate root of her suffering, was far, far greater than the other two. She made her way to the den on the second floor. Cigarette smoke seeped out into the hallway, a smell as sad as the man waiting inside. When she opened the door, a cloud of smoke escaped, and only then was she able to see inside. Sitting on the edge of the billiards table with his head drooped was the third shadow, again, barely able to maintain a human form. A few seconds later, he noticed the witch's presence and stumbled off the table, shuffling precariously towards her. He extended a hand for her in grief and overwhelming regret, but the witch only saw it as a threat. He was trying to hurt her, as he had done so many times in life. to save him. "Don't you dare touch me," she said, causing his hand to freeze in the air. It formed a chasm between them, boundlessly wide and unfathomably deep. One he would never be able to cross. "Rejoice, Lord," the witch said with a devilish grin. "I'm setting your soul free." The shadow just stood there, staring at her. He didn't rejoice at the news, and in fact seemed to be rather upset by it. He opened his mouth to try to say something, but only strained gasps escaped from his lips. It's because he knows that he has to atone. That he doesn't, what's it called? Not in Swedish, in English. He doesn't deserve to be let free. The witch tilted her head. The other two had been thrilled to hear they were being set free, so she was not expecting this reaction. "Ah," she said with a nod. "I see what it is. You realize that was a trick, and that I'm really sending you out to your third doom. I suppose being the Lord for so long, you would need a sense for danger." The man was desperately trying to communicate something to her, but with each attempt to use his voice, it only got less and less comprehensible. If he couldn't speak, then he would have to try something else, so he dragged his legs forward toward the witch. "You will never lay another finger on me," she commanded, pointing a skeletal finger at the shadow's feet. Heavy black chains, strongly reminiscent of those that had been used to seal the observation tower's door, appeared from the floor and wrapped themselves around his ankles, digging deep into his skin. The shadow fell to his knees, and the sound of rattling metal echoed in the den. "Hehe, oh, what a sorry sight. The former lord of a large territory and the head of a mafia family, on his hands and knees, utterly helpless. How does it feel being looked down on by a mere commoner? It must be absolutely humiliating." The shadow screamed, still mostly indecipherable, but more so than before. His intense desire to get through to her was beginning to show an effect. The witch cackled, glaring down at the pathetic creature before her. She knew how prideful a man he was. He was undoubtedly trying to assail her with curses and promises of vengeance. And oh, how delightful it would be to completely break him. "Go on, my dear. Tell me how much you despise me. Take it nice and slow. You can do it." She crouched before the shadow, peering into his eyes. He didn't have a face to read an expression from, but she could still feel his desperation. He groaned and grunted until finally he was able to form words. "I want to make amends." The witch froze. It took her several seconds to comprehend what he had just said. Had he just asked to make amends? The Lord, the man who had held those dreadful blood sabbats, tortured slaves for fun, and was concerned only about satisfying his own desires, wanted to atone? For what purpose? "I made you into the witch. I will do anything you want." I want to make amends. Shut up. The witch stepped back away from the Lord. She was rattled, and her face contorted in confusion, luckily hidden by her hood. Right. This was just a ploy to escape from her curse. He was offering atonement in the hope that she would show him mercy. Well, he was a fool. She had no mercy to spare. The only thing she had in her heart was boundless hatred. Having regained her composure, the witch decided she would make him pay for attempting to worm his way free with an empty show of grace. She turned her gaze toward the shadow-cloaked ceiling and made a wish. In her mind, she envisioned the long sword the Lord had held above her head. And a few moments later, that very blade descended from the void. The time-worn sword rattled to the floor beside the Lord. Raising her fleshless arm, the witch pointed at the blade with a smirk. If you wish to atone for what you've done, you will have to suffer the same pain as I did. Take the blade, and with it, sever your own left arm. And should you refuse, that proves you are a heartless tyrant only capable of... Y'all, she didn't even finish it before he did it. I'm sure of it. Only capable of hurting others, she meant to say, but couldn't finish. What? The sound spilled unbidden from her lips as a massive shadow made a thump against the dense carpet. Jet black liquid spurted from his left shoulder, staining the area around him. He hadn't even hesitated. What next? The shadow plunged a bloody sword into the ground, leaning against the hilt for support. He was breathing heavily from the pain, but still he asked for more, knowing a single arm didn't compare to the agony she had been made to endure. The witch stared at him, flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? Was this the kind of man the Lord was? No, forget that. Regardless of whatever he was doing now, he had still locked her in the observation tower and killed her. He was a brutal, savage murderer, and nothing changed that. He had to be. He had to be. What do you want me to do next? What will bring you relief? Morgana. Silence. The witch's mind was a mess. Something seemed wrong, but her soul refused to let her see what. Pain that she had long since buried was drifting back to the surface. As anger and hatred bubbled furiously in her gut, she twisted her lips into a smile and proclaimed, "Very well, then. As you wish. I let you experience the full extent of the pain and helplessness I was made to suffer." And so she put the Lord through all the pain and suffering and despair she had gone through in life, covering his body in wounds from head to toe and draping the den in a thick layer of black blood. It was the witch's very own blood sabbath. The black shadow lay in a twisted mound in the center of the sea of blood. Occasional strained gurgles, the only sign that anything remained inside. He had endured the entirety of her 16 years of life in the tiniest fraction of that time, and as a result, his soul was on the brink of disappearance. The witch was breathing heavily as well. In the process of administering his punishment, she had to relive it all as well, creating brand new wounds on her soul. It had been centuries since she'd last been hurt by her past. "That's enough," she said. "I'm sending your soul back into the world so you can begin your third life and your third tragedy. I will never let you suffer your suffering end." Coughing up blood, the shadow lifted his head. Shaking it weakly, he didn't object to the suffering, only doing it in the mortal realm. It had to be here, with her, where she could see it. He had so much he wanted to say, but only the strength left in his lips to put on one sentiment into words. That he wanted to atone, of course. That was the only thing he truly desired. The witch bit her lip. These incomprehensible feelings he kept dragging out of her were driving her mad. And the very fact that she was unable to retain her composure was only a source of further agitation. "Are you incapable of saying anything else? If you're capable of feeling remorse, why would you do any of that to me in the first place? Why did you hold all those blood sabbats? Why did you make a spectacle out of me? Why did you torture your slaves for fun? Why did you call me a witch? Why did you lock me up and murder me?" He likely wanted to tell her she was wrong, but because not everything she had said was false, he couldn't. And he didn't have the strength or clarity of mind to explain it in detail. So all he could do was cling to his self-destructive wish for atonement. "I will never be able to understand you, Lord." The witch's mental state was beginning to shift again. Not for the better, though. The only person capable of untangling the massive knot that had formed was no longer around, which meant it would only continue to get more and more tangled. And she was starting to think she'd rather be rid of him entirely than have him suffer for all eternity. The longer she kept him around, the more chances he would have to beg to make amends. But she was done with that. She was done with the Lord's nonsense. And she was done with feeling like she's like such a mess because of him. "Okay then, as you wish. This wasn't part of my plan, but I'll let you have your final atonement." As she spoke, she bent down and picked up the sword with her skeletal hand. "By giving me your head." He didn't object, and he didn't try to run. Instead, he pushed himself up with his right arm, dropping his head and exposing his neck for her. Morgana looked down on him with disgust. She tightened her grip on the sword, pretending not to notice the faint trembling in her hand. "Farewell, Lord. May your soul be forever extinguished from this world." With those words, she ended the Lord's life once and for all. And with his death, the truth scattered into the wind. Morgana's robe was heavy with black blood. She was exhausted. She thought having her revenge would take a huge weight off her shoulders, but instead, she just felt lethargic. She wanted to get back to the warmth of the fireplace and go down for another nice long sleep. But when she opened the door to the hallway, "Have you finished your business?" She came face to face with the maid, her jade eyes glimmering unnaturally. Morgana took a half step back. What was she getting spooked for? She was the most powerful being in this domain. She was in complete control. The witch gave a little to mask her momentary stumble, then said, "Yes, I've finished. Now tell me, is the fireplace going? I'm rather tired and would like to rest." "But of course, Morgana. I put fresh kindling on the fire not long ago. It should be nice and warm for your nap." "Very well." Morgana lowered her gaze and made to leave the maid behind. But then she realized something seemed very wrong. How does the maid know my name? A chill ran down her back. If the maid's mind was still broken, she would never call Morgana by that name, because she believed it to be her own. Cold jade eyes remained affixed on Golden. A smile spread across the maid's lips. The witch could not, though. "Are you Giselle? If so, why? Why would she pretend to be mad if she still retained herself? What was her objective? Why was she wearing that unsettling smile if she was Giselle? Who on earth was she?" For the first time she felt something like fear for the maid, for Giselle. She was the witch, though. She was supposed to be the one everyone else feared. She was the master of the house. She was the most powerful being in this tiny domain. So why did she feel like Giselle of all people had taken the upper hand? She had to have been imagining it. Giselle was her faithful maid, and she was the all-powerful witch. However, that dynamic only existed as it did because Giselle had Michael to wait for. Her one source of hope and her weakness. But now that he was gone, and Giselle no longer had any hope, would she really stay in Morgana's servitude for eternity? "While you were asleep, I spent some time organizing my thoughts." "Is that so?" the witch said. "It is. After Hayden's death, you told me of the 3 men who wronged you, and of your enmity for them. That may have happened, yes. And then you told me how you made a wish for them. A wish that they would undergo reconstruction and meet their tragic demises again. Yes, what of it? Something about it doesn't quite sit right with me. I have only heard the events from your perspective, though, so I can only speculate on what it means. But a story told from one perspective is necessarily colored by that perspective. It becomes true within that telling, regardless of the reality of it. I am quite familiar with this phenomenon. as I have fallen into its trap before. What are you implying? Are you trying to say I'm wrong about what happened to me? I cannot say. And the only one who could is no longer with us. Any chance we had of knowing the truth is now lost forever. However, unlike you, I was there with all three of them for their second lives. And in particular, my impression of the man in the third door, who you refer to as the Lord, does not line up with your depiction of him in certain ways. Would you really call him a heartless monster? Why wouldn't I? The witch said. He passed goblets of my blood around to noblemen like wine. Does that sound like someone who has a heart? Giselle didn't back down in the face of Morgana's intense glare. In fact, she took another step closer. Morgana was starting to feel like she was at a disadvantage, despite full confidence she was right. And what if you were mistaken about some fundamental detail? Mistaken? No, there was nothing to mistake. The Lord was a monster. He was one when he drained the blood for Feast, and he was one when he locked her in the tower. That was the simple truth of it. Why then did she feel like her chest was in a vice every time she told herself that? Why had her hand shaken before killing him? And why on earth did her mind keep imagining him begging to atone as someone completely unrelated? For a heartbeat, a vision of that lonely graveyard swelled up in her mind. Standing there was the slave man, whose name and face and voice she had long forgotten. The one who had taught her kindness. I choose not to stop you, though, Giselle said. And why do you think I did that? Enough games. Out with it already. What are you scheming? Oh, I would never. I simply wanted one thing. For you to lose everything as well. The witch glowered at Giselle, who was still wearing the same lonely smile. She had no idea what that inscrutable woman was trying to say. She had already lost everything. That was what had driven her to become the spiteful witch in the first place, drifting outside time for all eternity. Giselle placed a hand on the witch's cheek. Jade and golden eyes locked, mere inches apart. And there, the witch gazed into the eyes of another witch. You surrendered yourself to hatred, becoming a witch who brandished curses. And I surrendered myself to solitude, becoming a witch who brandishes desolation. This is a world too painful to live in if you don't love solitude after all. No, there's only one witch, me. And why might you think that? Because I'm the one who started it all. I'm the one who created this mansion, and I am its master. I bear more hatred than anyone. I'm the one. As departed souls, we're formed by our will and our emotions. How do you know my despair, sorrow, and solitude aren't stronger than the hatred that makes you? And then, with an unsettlingly cold smile that radiated pure emptiness, the smile of the true witch. She offered the girl one final thought. Can you be certain the lord you killed was the same lord? And with those words, that tiny, insignificant realm became devoid of even pain. Oh my goodness, that was a good story. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking of brewing some tea actually. I'm thinking of chamomile with some lemon is what I'm thinking. I'll be right back. Y'all, look at my teacup. It kinda fits the theme of Morgana, Witch's Brew. And it looks like, what is it even called? What is it called? I only know the Swedish word for it. It's not a kettle. What's it called? It says Witch's Brew. I'm trying not to spill anything. Yes. Yes! Cauldron. Yes. Exactly. I'm gonna let it simmer a little bit. Are these other stories shorter? Maybe. I'm kind of hoping so we can go through all of them. You know what? I'm gonna jump into it right now. Silent night, lonely night. Ooh, Michael. Oh, I love this song. Michael was even gloomier than usual. His ruby eyes gazed down at a letter from his mother. If it were a year prior, he would have been crying or shouting or throwing furniture. But nowadays, I rarely saw him explode at anything. And I preferred him this way. Getting loud and emotional over every little thing was what ordinary men did. But beneath Michael's gypsum skin flowed blood divine as mine. He was above them, and it did not befit him to behave as they did. Brooding in silence was much more appropriate behavior. I sat at the desk beside him, my chin resting on my hand. Okay, so they are shorter. Michael could not see me there, though. Not that I wanted to watch him grimace in disgust at the horrifying scars on my face, of course. Michael, my dear. What? That was unexpected. He almost never responded to me anymore. Perhaps he wanted someone to speak with in his present tribulation. Michael briefly looked around the room for me. But no matter how hard he searched, his eyes would never find mine. You should hang it up, I said. Are you out of your mind? I'm just teasing you. I gave a little laugh, agitating him further. Today, his family had sent him Christmas decorations. First, a handmade, probably by his mother, white floral wreath, a lovely thing that a young girl might like. Then, there was a doll in frilly clothing, also intended for a girl. I expected Michael to toss it all in the fireplace this evening, but merely destroying it wouldn't erase the fact that he'd received it, nor that his mother would be expecting a response, not from Michael, but Michelle. Despite my repeatedly asking her not to, my mother continues to send me these Christmas boxes as it gets cold. I'm starting to hate even the thought of Jesus Christ. You should direct your anger at your family, not the Holy Savior. Yes, I realize it's misplaced, but you could easily solve this with a curse. Just say the word, and you need to stop offering me that. As you wish. Michael had changed a great deal since his first arrival at the mansion. But But that was one thing he stubbornly refused to budge on. Did he really care about his family that much? He seemed to have drawn a line in the sand and convinced himself that if he stepped over it, he would be surrendering his humanity. But what he needed to realize was that he never had any to lose in the first place, so his concern was entirely irrelevant. I would spare him that lecture today, though. He was busy racking himself over the letter and Christmas. Michael. What? Having grown tired of resting my chin on my hand, I was now sitting on top of the desk, looking down at him. Again, he looked around for me with no luck. Tell me about Christmas. Your family lives on a rather large estate, don't they? Larger than this little mansion, at least. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's just... talking about when I was happy only makes me feel even worse now. I can understand that, I suppose. Michael had ever been happy? My family was too poor to put up Christmas decorations or do anything special for Epiphany. What gifts we did receive from the villagers all went straight to my mother, and I saw none of it. Though earthly desires were wrong, I believed, so I was hardly bothered by that. I was one who gave to those in need, after all. Michael, my dear. What? He glanced slightly upward. So close, but still not quite able to find me. Just saying your name. He appeared mildly annoyed, but didn't say anything in protest. Perhaps he thought it wouldn't make a difference, or had simply gotten used to me calling his name for the sake of it. Regardless, he reluctantly dropped his gaze back to the letter on the desk. I decided to leave him alone. He didn't seem willing to share his Christmas experiences, and I had nothing else to talk about. Morgana. Yes? That caught me off guard. Michael almost never initiated. I tilted my head, even though I knew he couldn't see it. Do you, he said, want to celebrate Christmas? Is that it? Had he lost his mind? At what point had I ever said I wanted to celebrate the holiday? While I was busy being flabbergasted, Michael stood up and took the wreath in his hand. He then began searching the area for me. Where are you? Right here. That doesn't help me. Where's your head? Am I close? He asked, waving his hand around in the air. That's my shoulder, I said, still not certain what he was trying to do. How about here? A little higher. Is he gonna pat her head? Is that it? Here? Yes, right there. Holding one hand there in the air, he took the other, the one holding the wreath, and brought it up to the same level. Aww. Placing it right above my head. It's like with the Midsummer Festival. Jackobo never was able to get a floral wreath, but Michael is. An awkward silence hung in the air for a few seconds as I failed to grasp what had just happened. Wreaths in my family were worn as headdresses. When I made one, I would place it on my mother's head like this. They're gifts for the women of the house. I'm glad you're here, so I can pretend this was a gift for you instead. What are you... You asked about my family's Christmas? No, that wasn't what I meant. Why was he doing this? He went quiet for a moment, then smiled, which was all the answer I needed. It was a very self-defeating smile, not meant for me. Laughing at himself for putting so much weight on only one of the wreath's potential meanings. In sorrow for the family who refused to accept him. I made a very similar smile. Flowers would never befit me after all. Not with one arm violently severed and the other nothing but bone. I could never be the innocent little girl, laughing with flowers in her hair. I have no interest in your wreath. Throw it in the fire. That's probably for the best, yes. And what we learned in that moment was that Christmas would never be a happy occasion for us. That said, it was better than I had expected, nonetheless. We shared a certain energy there, staring in silence. A solitary, capitulatory, desolate energy. Michael, my dear. What? I turned up to look at him, wreath still in his hands, and he looked down in turn, this time matching my gaze exactly. He wasn't really looking into my eyes, though. He just happened to know where they were because I had told him. But I was fine with that. Would you like me to write that letter to your mother in your stead? What do you mean? I mean, I dictate what you will say. All you have to do is write it down and sign it Michelle. It won't be something you wrote, so I imagine doing it that way will take much of the pressure off. He didn't seem certain what to make of the proposal. I'd never suggested anything like it before, and I likely never would again. You're going to ask me for something in return, aren't you? Of course not. What do you think I am? A witch? Well, he was right. But Michael was a saint like me, so I wasn't particularly fond of him calling me a witch. So she did really see him as a saint. I was in a forgiving mood today, though, so I decided to let it pass. I know how to show gratitude, thank you very much. Even for a wildly ill-considered floral wreath. I was just fickle, that was all. Sometimes I would have days like this. Most, I would continue trying to bring him over to my side, to curse his family. But occasionally, I would show some kindness. Merry Christmas, Michael. Oh, I like that one! Yo, that one was sweet! In their own way. I like that. They've been talking about chamomile tea so many times that I was like, maybe I should have some. A little bit warm. Tastes really good. Although I didn't pick the only chamomile flavored one. I picked the chamomile and mint, and then put some lemon in it. Really, really good. Okay, now we go for Scarlet in the coffee house. Oh, Maria and Jackobo. Yeah! Now tell me, my boy, how are things going on your end? Asked Jackobo's good friend. Chest puffed and hand stroking a triangular beard. He wasn't sure how he was supposed to react. Annoyed, confused, disappointed, or as if he just stumbled upon a mythical creature. Can I take your silence as a poorly? Are we really going to do this? Jackobo finally managed to get out. But not without a heavy sigh, which created ripples in the 2 cups of coffee on the table between them. What are you even doing here, Maria? Yes, he was sitting across from his oldest friend, and very much a woman. Scarlet in the coffee house. What does it look like? Having a cup of coffee, thank you very much. Maria tilted her head, still stroking the fake beard. He's like, what you want with me? I want you to come working as a maid. For how much? She had lowered her voice a few registers, but Jackobo could still recognize it as hers without much difficulty. No, I mean, coffee houses are men's establishments. What are you doing here? They were sitting in a far corner, away from most of the other customers. At the time, coffee houses were social gatherings, places for men, where they talked news, gossip, business, or anything else of interest. And for an investor like Jackobo, it was a crucial part of how he did business. He had come here today to scout out opportunities, but those plans fell by the wayside when he caught sight of the small-framed man with slicked back blonde hair. So he approached her and confirmed his suspicions that it was Maria in men's clothing. What a good disguise! Why else would I be dressed like this, doy? Please don't tell me you weaseled your way into this place before. Weaseling isn't a very nice way to put it. But no need to get your panties in a bunch. This is the first time. Heck, half the reason I did it was to startle you, because I thought you'd be here today. Jackobo had many questions. So many, in fact, he wasn't sure where to begin. Where had she gotten the clothes and the fake beard, for one? Wouldn't the other maids get upset at her if they found out she was here? And why had she gone to such lengths to surprise... Hold on, you said half the reason. What's the other half? 'Cause I wanted some coffee, doy. This is so Maria. And also, now I'm thinking about it because I hear this music, but I cannot believe that the composer of Door 3 has actually been on my live stream and also commented on the Third Doors video. That's insane. Like, how did he even find? You have coffee at the mansion. I know we're not out of beans. Did I not press? Yes, I did. That's not the point, stupid. Coffee at a coffee house is a completely different thing. It's about the experience. And speaking of, it kinda sucks. It's a real sausage party in here. That was more surprising to him than her being here. That she didn't like it here because there were only men. In his mind and in society's eyes, for that matter, that was simply what coffeehouses were, and he'd never considered that as potentially detrimental. Assuming some other maid had said the same thing to him, Jackobo probably would have lectured her about the roles of men and women in modern society, and how it wasn't her place to judge men's spaces. But he considered Maria too much of a friend and an equal, and far enough detached from convention. And that he couldn't bring himself to do that to her. He also had no idea how to effectively communicate that sentiment to her. Anyway, please don't go pulling stunts like this too often. I don't want to catch any blowback. It's fine, no one caught me. Well, I caught you, Jackobo thought. Not to mention the curious glances they'd been getting the entire time he was here. Well, maybe they were thinking, oh, who's that pretty guy? He looks super pretty. And then it's just Maria in men's clothing. If he hadn't found her when he did, chances are she would have been thrown out by now. Oh hey, Maria said, her eyes going wide. She then gave him a wink, not unusual for her, but it looked very out of place on the not quite there gentleman look she was sporting. Next time I want to go, you come with me. You're the big name investor Jacopino. No one's gonna wanna get on your bad side just cause you brought a chick. Excuse me? This is a place for doing business. Also, don't call me that. You can do all the business you want. I listen in on your talks, and when we get back, I give you my thoughts. You know I'm sharp. I'm sure I could be of help. He wasn't sure if she was serious of just pulling his chains again. But since she wasn't laughing, he decided to assume the former. So you'd be a second pair of eyes then. You know, that's not half bad idea. That's not a half bad idea, he said with a chuckle. Maria's eyes went wide. What? I've always counted on you. You know that. Right. Ah, you're making me blush. Having Maria as his right-hand man would be the best for him in the long term. Ooh. She was the only person he was able to really trust in this world. But it would take a lot of work to make that possible. He would need even more money, more power, and more status. Enough to resist the pressure he would undoubtedly get from all sides. Jackobo was the heir of the Bezzarati family, and Maria was the sole survivor of the Campanella family. There were still countless obstacles to putting her on the same stage as him. But in a week's time, I'll be taking the first step, he thought, tilting his head back toward the ceiling. That was when Jackobo's bride-to-be was scheduled to reach the new world. Hey Jackobo? What is it? We'll always be like this, won't we? Maria asked, looking stern in a way he almost never saw her. But before he could answer... Oh, oops. Ah! What did I do? But before he could answer... Yeah, of course we will. We'll never change, she said, as if she needed some assurance. Oh. Y'all, he really trusted Maria. Yeah, and that he came up and wrote it in 30 minutes. Like, some things just get better when you do them quickly. But like, you have to be some sort of genius. For real. A ghost of an excuse. Oh, my lovelies. A ghost of an excuse. I saw a ghost, Giselle said as she entered my bedchamber. She was wearing night clothes, and the feeble light of the candle in her hand made her look more pouty than scared. I thought you didn't believe in ghosts or anything like that. What do you want me to say? I saw what I saw. And that was supposed to be convincing? She's like, yes, I'm in Michael's bedchambers. She's like, I made it inside. Yeah, check that out from the bucket list. Are you sure it wasn't something else? I'm positive. There was a white figure going all woo at me in the hall. With each woo, she took another step toward me until she was close enough to grab me by the collar and throw me to the ground. Why did she seem angry at me and not the white figure hooting at her in the corridor? Maybe this is her way of flirting. So, what do you want from me then? Don't make me spell everything out. What did she expect from me? Oh my god, Michael, you're so innocent. She knew I wasn't very adept at reading people. How was I supposed to know what she wanted? Y'all, I love him. He's so innocent. Wait, slow down. And now it hits him. He's like, hold up. It wasn't good to give up without giving it any thought. I needed to at least attempt to reason out what she may have been thinking. Y'all, he's clueless. Or wait, he might have it in the back of his mind, but he's like, well, it's not like anything can happen because I don't have the equipment. 1. She wanted me to exorcise the ghost. Yeah. 2. She thought I was the ghost. I mean, it could be that she was like, were you watching me from a corner? And you're not telling me? Michael, be reasonable here. 3. She wanted more light in the mansion. Are these 3 your options, Michael? I mean, the third one isn't a bad option. And the second one also seems like, you know, she'd be like, were you watching me from around the corner? I saw you. I think I saw you. I saw your hair, for sure. And then she wanted more light in the mansion. I'd also pull something like that. Like, oh my gosh, I saw something. It's too dark in here. I'm seeing stuff. One's not reasonable. How am I supposed to exercise something that doesn't exist? 2's out of the question. And there's only so much I can do about 3 with my supply of candles. What are you going on about? That he's saying this out loud. Y'all, it's so funny. Crap. I had been thinking out loud. She stared up at me for a few seconds before letting out a dramatic sigh. The sigh was 98% exasperation and 2% what seemed like almost lust. But I wasn't certain. Maybe switch them out? Or am I the dirty-minded one? Y'all been thinking the same, right? I wanted you to offer to let me sleep with you tonight. Blink, blink, blink. It took a good 15 seconds to process what she had said. After which, all I could manage to get out was a flaccid "what?" Giselle's face was bright red, and I was sure mine was no better. She felt warmer than usual through her nightclothes. I wasn't sure if it was because the fabric was thin or she was just warm. Or maybe it was both. Hehehe. Giselle giggled, nuzzling my neck. Oh my god, y'all! PG-18? It was an impressively quick turnaround for someone who had been pouting at me only minutes before. Well, it was an act, Michael, it was an act. But now you learn. In a way, it felt somewhat like having a dog or a cat. At first, we were both nervous, but that quickly melted away, leaving only comfort and warmth. This is so cute. Body heat belonging to neither of us, and both. Sweetness. I never could have imagined the day would come where I welcomed someone else's touch as much as I did hers. We'll get you used to this eventually. Do you really think I'll be able to? Of course. Before you know it, this will be nothing. In some ways, that's kind of sad. Sure, it can be. But the happy will be stronger than the sad. Something becoming every day isn't a bad thing, I don't think. I suppose. She was probably right. Her becoming a natural part of my life was a good thing. But then, the closer she got, the harder it would get to be apart again. In time, would we get close enough that touch was just a completely normal thing for me? Would I be comfortable touching her arms or her lips? Would I be able to open myself up to her entirely? And would she accept me for who I was? I hope so. To all of it. You're so tall, Michael. It's wonderful. Why do you say that? Well, I'm the tallest one in my family. My big sister's so small, and she's the most precious thing in the world. Ah, so she wants to feel like the most precious thing in the world. I've always been jealous of her for that. Like she's more of a girl than me. Oh no, that doesn't matter. But her feeling is valid. I bet her wedding was absolutely lovely too. That's a surprise. You're perfect just the way you are, though. Oh really? That's not what you said when I first arrived. Hold on, how tall was she? Was she 168 centimeters? I've grown, thank you. Hehe. Her breath tickled my neck as she laughed. So, I love the way I can just fit entirely in your arms. Sorry I couldn't be buff for you two. Oh, y'all! I knew it! I knew it! I knew that he would have this in the back of his mind. He'd be self-conscious about him not being buff. Michael, who cares? You're perfect. Hey, you're never going to let me live that down, are you? Just a little payback. Boo, she said, looking up at me and pouting. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer even in the dark. They were beautiful, but I would keep that thought to myself. I didn't want to ruin the moment with what would sound like sheep flirting. This glimmer was worth so much more than that. As was she. Giselle. Giselle. I'm so glad to have you in my life. Good night. Oh, these cuties! I love them so much! Y'all. They're so important to me. They're so important to me. A ghost of an excuse. Ah, oh, good one. Eternal Macy. What Macy? What is that? Macy. Macy? Eternal Macy? How do you even pronounce that? Okay, Giselle is 168 centimeters, just like Mel. Ah. Why are you saying something so obvious? Let's go. Oh? Pauline? Are you okay, Orlando? Or who was it? Wait, what was it, Pauline? A single flower out of place in that den of body odor and booze charged across the pub to the table at the back where he sat. Yeah, she knew someone called Orlando. She had radiant golden hair, as though she carried the sun itself on her shoulders. All the other men paused their drinking and merrymaking to get a look. The flower was out of breath by the time she reached his table. Orlando was a tall, lanky man with thin eyebrows, hardly what one might have assumed a lady as refined as her would be interested in. And the bandages wrapped around his head, covering one eye, only served to enhance the discount villain image. A man somewhere in the pub let out a whistle. Princess and the Thief, a match made in hell. Orlando glared over at him for a few moments before the young lady shouted, "What happened to you?" directly in his face. "Don't shout like that, Philippa." "Jesus, you trying to make me go deaf?" "Then tell me what happened. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Will it get better?" "It's no big deal, really. You know what they say, scars are trophies. Oh yeah, you see any good eye patches out in the market today?" "Something black be good, be great. Real nice and fancy, dress it up a bit." Orlando chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. But Philippa's frown only deepened. Oh, I pronounced that very Swedish. I might slip up. Or maybe I just say Filippa in Swedish. "Do you want people to think you're a pirate and throw you into the sea?" "Ha ha ha." Filippa pounded on the table in response. In the span of about 30 seconds, she had gone through the entire spectrum of emotions. Sad, angry, upset, worried, disappointed. "Listen, Orlando," she said with a sigh. We've been together our whole lives. Don't you think you should have come see me first? I've been worried sick ever since I heard how things went in Castle. So, when I saw the soldiers coming back, I just had to know you were okay. Why would you keep me waiting like that? If Philippa was going to be this blunt, Orlando couldn't continue messing around. She stole a chair from somewhere, threw it beside him, and dropped down into it in a single action, entirely unbefitting of an upper-class lady. Then she leaned in and said, "So? So what? So tell me all about the battle at Cassel, in detail, to make up for all the time you made me spend worrying. It's no fairy tale, you know. It's bloody and violent. Not to mention, it was a losing battle." "I still want to know," she said, leaning in even closer, her vivid hazel eyes unflinching. "It's about you, of course. I want to know." He dropped his shoulders and sighed, feigning defeat. Everyone at the pub knew it was just an act, that Orlando had feelings for this enchanting childhood friend of his. In reality, he'd wanted to jump out of his chair and start dancing when she'd barged in looking for him. His other mercenary companions had caught on quickly to the reason he joined, the reason he needed the money, and they watched warmly. There was only one person there who didn't know yet. Philippa herself. But it was only a matter of time. They had been close their whole lives, after all. "I can't regale you with tales of valor and triumph, but if you insist," Orlando said to preface his account. And then he told her of their battle at Cassel, of their fallen comrades, of the state of the war. Their homeland was at war with the Western kingdoms. Battles broke out across the land, and mercenaries were hired to compensate for the lack of soldiers. Orlando grew up in a poor town, but instead of becoming a fisher, he decided to take up the sword. His childhood friend, Philippa, chastised him repeatedly, doing everything she could to stop him from going to war. But Orlando was firm in his resolve. His first battle was 4 years ago, and he was surprised he had survived as long as he had. But now that he'd lost an eye, Orlando figured it was probably time to pack it in. He'd saved up a decent amount of money anyway. Orlando knew Philippa's parents wouldn't approve, but he was sure he had enough to convince them of his love, because love was only second when it came to someone so far above your own status, which was why he hadn't become a fisher. Orlando took up the mantle of a mercenary to save enough money to propose marriage to the daughter of a wealthy merchant family. That was what he lived for. "Hey, Philippa." Finishing his account of the battle, Orlando straightened himself up in his seat. Philippa raised an eyebrow. "Yes? What is it?" The soldiers at the nearby table started grinning, thinking it was finally time. But he wasn't going to propose to her in a grungy pub. He was planning to invite her somewhere more fitting when, "Greetings, brave warriors," came a booming voice at the door. "I celebrate your fine efforts out on the battlefield. And to commemorate my crew, and I offer you these meager gifts." Orlando clicked his tongue as loud as he could manage. Why the hell did he have to show up, now of all times? Standing at the door was, in Orlando's words, a yellow-skinned bastard whose face looked like a lizard crushed by a pot lid. That's a very mean description, Orlando. Who are you even describing? The man was the captain of a trading vessel that was quickly expanded its business over the past few years. Does he mean Pauline's dad? Orlando didn't like him not only because he was an outsider, but because he had sweet-talked and bought his way into the upper crust. The man's crew carried barrels of wine into the pub, and every single soldier's face lit up. Except Orlando's. He just frowned, trying to make it clear he wouldn't be bought so easily. Oh, why, hello there, Philippa. Fancy meeting you here. Seeing the man getting friendly with her just irritated him even more. And then when he walked over and put his hand on her shoulder, Orlando snapped, kicking his chair back and almost charging at the man. Get your filthy hands off her, you ape. Back off, Philippa's mine. We have important things to discuss right now. Maybe let Philippa, at least this is internal dialogue, right? Dang, this guy jealous. Get the fuck out of here, con man. But does he have to retort to calling him an ape? What the frick? But Orlando didn't manage to say anything. It really is quite a coincidence. Orlando's jaw dropped. Philippa's cheeks were flushed, her gaze turned toward her feet, her arms held straight down at her center with her fingers interlocking. He had never seen her like that before. She likes him. Hold on, is this Pauline's mother? Did we ever get to know their names? The rough, pushy, unrefined girl she was for him was because he was just her longtime friend to Philippa. In the 4 years Orlando had spent saving up to propose, another man, wealthy by birth, had come in and beaten him to the punch. He learned at night that it was the haves who made the world go round, and the have-nots. The haves who made the world go round, and the have-nots like him were only along for the ride. Hehe, as much as you may insist otherwise, you really do care, Orlando. Philippa's daughter's... Oh my gosh! Philippa's daughter Pauline said with a bright smile. I knew it. Y'all, I can't even talk. I've been reading so much I can't even talk. The many years since that night had relieved Orlando of both his youth and his optimism. I feel bad enough as it is. Please don't take advantage of me, he said, his voice softer and his tone lighter now. With his life's mission ended in failure, Orlando gave up being a mercenary and took up somewhat less exciting work. Sometimes a bodyguard, sometimes just carrying boxes, but never anything terribly life-threatening. I think I might take full advantage of this. Thanks, see you in a bit. Pauline's smile was vibrant, something she had got from her mother. Her hair was black, like her father's though. He could see both of them in her, and it tore him apart sometimes, dragging him back to his younger days. After watching her scamper off into the village, Orlando turned his head up toward the sky. Stop thinking about it. Just focus on what you have to do. He needed to convince Pauline that there was nothing to find here, then bring her back home. Y'all, if he would have succeeded, Pauline would have been alive as well. Philippa would be furious with him. She might even end all association with him for this. But he was not going to let her go off on this search with some stranger and get herself killed. So his only choice was to go himself and then bring her back. Orlando heaved a sigh, then headed into the village. He prayed nothing would happen to her. Y'all. Oh my gosh, if Orlando had just been earlier, maybe, just maybe. But also, Pauline was too stubborn. I don't think she would have listened though. Although, I think that Orlando might have just dragged her back. I wonder if these two are longer stories. Are they? I'm thinking that maybe we should keep these two and go with this one and the other three, and then see if I have the time to read the other two. Okay, they're kind of... okay. Then let's go with The Ghost of Rose Manor. Oh, George! The Ghost of Rose Manor. Hey there, ladies and gents and everything in between. I'm your run-of-the-mill landscape painting, but you can call me Mr. Canvas. Y'all, I freaking love George. Today, I'd like to talk about my time with the Rhodes family. Back in the time of Hayden Rhodes, I hung in the first floor drawing room. But maybe this could be another person in a painting. The old man was rather fond of me, if I do say so myself. This was the only piece of art left in the house when I bought it. He liked to tell everyone. But once that big troublemaker of a painter showed up and his work started to fill the house, things got a little disagreeable for me there. This does undoubtedly sound like George though. He was a trend chaser, and that didn't really suit my style. So before long, I got moved off to an out-of-the-way corridor, where I was subjected to some horrible mistreatment. I tremble in my frame thinking about what that smarmy little child in her garishly frilly dress did to me that day. Of whom do I speak, you ask? Why, my great and terrible arch-nemesis, the young Nellie Rhodes, of course. Her brow furrowed and her lips pursed, the small one glowered at me for a few moments before saying, "I've always hated this painting. It's so dreadfully old-fashioned. Can you believe the gal of this girl?" She then lifted me off the wall and said, "No one's going to miss this hideous thing anyway." She gonna scribble all over it. Now I consider myself to have a pretty good handle on my wits, but you can bet I was sweating like a pig over her trying to throw me away. Which is when Nellie let out a little squeal and dropped me to the floor, Ew, it's all wet and gross. Oh, dearest Mel, I need your help. After a few moments howling to herself, Nellie scampered off, leaving me all alone with no way to get up. And just as I was sure this would be the end of me, someone lifted me up off the floor. It was the white-haired girl. The soft touch of her hands made my heart skip a beat. And I mean, who wouldn't in my position? She looked so much like... Then with a faint smile she said, "Let's bring you somewhere safe." He was thinking about Michael! And carried me, wrapped tight in her arms, to the second floor. She seemed to know where all the best nooks and crannies in the house were tucked away. After hanging me up somewhere nice and out of the way, the white-haired girl said, "There, that should do it. I just couldn't bear to see such a lovely painting thrown away." What a sweetheart she was. Nellie could have stood to learn a thing or two from her. "You look like a garden, or perhaps a field somewhere. You're beautiful, and I'd love to see it in person someday." Oh girl, I'd love nothing more than to take you there myself. Wait, didn't the white-haired girl say something about her and paintings in the first door? Like as if she could talk with paintings or something? That she couldn't read, but... oh, I don't remember. It was a lovely area for horseback riding, and the shade beneath the trees was perfect for a picnic. That's even where you... Whoops, no, wrong person. I seem to have mixed the white-haired girl up with someone else. I let out a chuckle no one could hear. And as I watched her walk away, I said a little prayer. "May your life be filled with joy." He hadn't been allowed to have that much, so I hoped at least she, his spitting image, could. Aww. George! We love you, George. The Maid and the Beast. Oh my gosh. Are we gonna have the Maid cooking for the Beast? You know, when the Beast wanted to eat very much meat? The Maid and the Beast. As soon as I started learning how to talk, the human woman began bombarding me with questions. After we finished weeding a section of the garden and returned to the mansion, she would waste no time asking, "What would you like for supper?" Followed quickly by, "How did you enjoy last night's supper? And if I were to redecorate, is there any particular theme you would like me to adhere to?" But she didn't stop at queries of only questionable significance. What is your favorite color? What is your favorite season? What is your favorite number? What is your favorite flower? I understood what she asked, but I didn't react to most of it. Because if I did, she would latch onto me like a fly to a carcass, and I did not want to deal with that. Besides, even if I could speak the human tongue fluently, it wouldn't suddenly make me talkative. That just wasn't me. I think it was so smartly executed, that he thought that he couldn't speak the human tongue fluently, but it was in fact that he was just speaking his own language. That he was just speaking Japanese. And when others were speaking to him, and when it became that noisy sound, it was because they were not speaking in his native language. So smart. Not to mention, it would be wrong for a beast and a human woman to be chatting together like friends. The human did not seem to comprehend my displays of disinterest, though. One day, she handed me a stick of charcoal and a slab of wood, saying, "If words are too difficult, we can try pictures instead." Where had she even gotten these things? First, try drawing me. This is only practice, so do not worry about making it perfect. Draw however you wish. I wanted to crush the charcoal, smash the wood against the ground, and get away. But she started talking again before I had the chance. Sometime long, long ago, someone else painted a portrait of me as well. I was just thinking about this. It was so very long ago that sometimes I am unsure whether it was real or merely a dream jumbled up in my memories. But I remember how it felt, how anxious they were drawing, and how delighted I was for them to be drawing me. And sitting here with you feels like it brings me ever so slightly closer to the woman I was then. Except for he's not even a dust particle like Michael. The human woman often spoke of events that happened centuries ago, so this was hardly unusual for her. So please, would you draw me? Your doing so would help to calm my spirits, if you would rather not speak. All the insistence in the world would not make a beast any more capable of creating art. I wanted to throw the stool against the wall and storm out of the room. But the look in her eyes stopped me. Her gaze was more tenuous than usual, as though refusal would send her over the edge. I loathed it. So I took the charcoal in my unsteady hand. If a horrendous drawing from a horrendous beast would bring her back, then she would have her drawing. What I created, though, was nothing more than a scratches of charcoal, crudely imitating shapes. It hardly even resembled a child's doll, let alone her. Looking down on it with a soft laugh, the woman said, "It's beautiful." I knew very little about the human woman, and I doubted that would ever change. Okay, now we have Yukimasa doing a portrait of Giselle. That was very random. Love it. Sisterhood of Secrets. One afternoon, a modest girls' get-together was held in the Rose Garden at the Rhodes estate. It was far from a friendly gathering, though, and its members hardly those one might expect to find sharing tea. Ugh, everything's a secret with you, isn't it? Is there anything you can tell me? Stuffing another freshly baked cookie into her mouth, the Rhodes' daughter Nellie glowered at the white-haired girl, who looked as though she wanted to disappear. Beside her, with an inscrutable smile on her face, sat the black-haired head, Abigail, oft spoken of in whispers as the Witch of Rose Manor. "I'm truly sorry, Lady Nellie," said the white-haired girl, her gaze affixed on her hands clenched above her niece. Under normal circumstances, 2 Abigails and a young noble lady of the house, which they served, would never be seen dining at the same table. Only at Nellie's insistence had they been brought together. Now, my lady, please be reasonable. Every girl has her secrets, said the head Abigail, her smile unwavering. She didn't look a day older than 20, but supposedly she had served in the house since Nellie's grandfather's time. There's secrets, and there's not even being able to say what family you came from. Would your mother have brought you here? Would your mother have brought her into this house if she posed any danger? Or do you not trust your mother's judgment, Nellie? I do, but still. Then you needn't concern yourself with her. The head Abigail's smile remained firm, as though carved into her face. Nellie pouted, seemingly stripped of the energy to pursue the subject any further. So instead, she raised a new topic of conversation. Okay, fine, let's talk about something that isn't a secret. Like, what is it in someone that makes your heart flutter? Nellie leaned across the table, her face practically in the white-haired girl's. But the only response she received was downturned eyes and bitten lips. Fine, you don't have to, said Nellie, turning toward the head Abigail. But in her place, you do. Y'all. She's going to describe the white-haired girl. It had struck Nellie that in her entire life she had never heard so much as a whisper about this woman's private affairs. The head Abigail was rather pretty, though, which she imagined invited men's advances quite often. What makes my heart flutter, you ask? Let us see. I am rather fond of pearly white skin, unusual eye colors, and ethereal... Did I not say this? Pardon me? I really must be going. The mistress needs my assistance. Good day, said the white-haired girl, scrambling from her chair and back toward the mansion. That's awkward, because we all know how Giselle... how she thought that this was Michael when she entered. To which the head Abigail gave a softly sinister laugh. Does every woman in this house have some deep dark secret? Thought Nellie. And it would not be long before she realized that she too could count herself among them. Okay, maybe, hold on, let me check what y'all wrote. Mentioned that there are 3 long stories. Aha, one of which is Girl Meets Boy. Wait, did we... Wait, the Girl Meets Boy one... we don't have. Oh, Boy Meets Girl. This one we read. Then these 2 must be the longer ones. I'm thinking that we're saving them because I'm feeling that my voice is strained and I'm jumbling the words. So I'm thinking we should go back to the just chatting window. Let me just dock these. There. Oops, sorry about that. Here we go. Docked. What? And we be switching the scene. Alright, stop recording first. There we go. And the music is back. Huh, maybe we should... how about Zane's Chilling Crescendo? Since we're ending it with this. The maid recalled her experience with Michael, who was initially withdrawn and then opened up and decided that this was the same case, but... Giselle, I like white-haired people! Not the same, every single... y'all. Every single fictional character with white hair. It's always them. Love this game, all in all. Y'all, I had no clue that it would be this fantastic, that I'd be freaking obsessed with this game. Enough so that I would search for the limited edition box and then be like, I'm buying this. Y'all, I don't even want to tell you the customs and taxes of this. Because it was also shipped from the United States. Officially, this is the last Fata Morgana stream. I'm gonna miss them. However, we should also maybe do a tier list as well. But I'm thinking that we should do that another time. I do want to do several different tier lists for Fata Morgana. Oh, you got back from the birthday party, Mike. Stomach coma. Ate all 7 different foods and 6 slices of vanilla and chocolate cakes. Oh, that sounds so good. Like, I am craving that right now. But it is 2 AM. And you know, I don't want to go to the dentist. Yeah, I hate being at the dentist. I hate it. I hate it. And I don't ever want to go back. I was there last year. I need to not eat so much sugar, but I can't believe it took so many years to get one, what's it called? Cavity. To get a cavity. Yes, Mike, we finished Reincarnation. And we read a lot of the short stories that were also there. And then there was 2 of the short stories that I haven't read yet, and I will be recording them. However, I'll be doing that off camera. I'm gonna try to be a bit faster with editing the videos for Requiem for Innocence and Reincarnation. Since I have all the footage ready, it's just that it takes time. It takes a lot of time to render as well. Like, it takes time for me to go through and cut out the parts where I'm just having a break, or the parts. Hold on, which I had something in my mind, but it slipped. The parts where I'm having a break, cut that out. Okay, that, and also the rendering. It takes too many hours to render the video. and the video is already very long. Like all of the videos have been like 6 to 7 hours. Oh, pasta mozzarella. Oh, I love mozzarella. I had pizza today. Actually, homemade pizza. My mom is so freaking good at making it. I can't get over how dentists keep asking questions while they are literally shoving 2 devices down here. Yes! Oh, every single time, and you're just like, Hi, Nils! We just finished Reincarnation. So, for everyone who's still here, next time we're streaming, it's gonna be Mass Effect 1. But I'm a little bit... I'm wondering if I should be playing it on PS5 or PC. I don't know if my computer can make it. So I'll just have to play on the PS5 and play it with a controller. Y'all, I hate aiming with controllers, but I guess I gotta do it. My mom freaked out about me ate all different 7 foods. Yep, you only live once. And it's not like you eat that every day, so it's fine. But I finished making new photos and I wrote sweet words and posted it on Discord for Aura board. Aww! She's gonna be very happy. She's been very happy when she's been reading those, for sure. Her friend has been translating everything. Since English, it's a bit tough with English for her right now, since she's suffering from aphasia after... Do you even say it like that in English? Aphasia? 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 After the surgery. I played Mass Effect a little, but I have zero memory of anything about characters or story. Can she say some words now? I think the last update is that she's going to speech therapy. She's going to speech therapy in her native language. And I think that she's trying her hardest. Maybe some words. But she understands very much more than she can talk. I eat pasta and pizza like every week. I would too. Pasta I almost have every single week. Pizza, it's like occasionally. Oh, actually, we used to go to this pizza place so freaking often. We used to go so often, me and my colleagues, on lunch. But now that our office is further away, we don't go there that much anymore, because it's like a 20-minute walk. It's like a 20-minute walk back and forth, or like 30 minutes. 20 minutes it is if we're walking quickly. But the pizza place is incredible. Y'all, Swedish pizza, I love it. Like, it's something else. When I was in clinic for a year, I didn't use social media at all. You know what? Sometimes it's good to have just a social media cleanse. I say this and I'm a YouTuber, hee, But it's not the same. It's not the same. I feel like from my private social medias, I want a break from them. And of course, you know, you should definitely take a break from Twitter. Like that place is a burning hellfire. Like people are so miserable on Twitter. Like it's insane. It is insane how miserable people are. Like you could make the most innocent post like about your cat or something like you graduated or something. Like something happy, and there will be miserable people in your comments like, who the fuck is this troll? So many miserable people in one place. Like, Twitter just breeds bad energy. Like, the only thing I go there for is usually just looking for art. My For You page is almost all art, so I love that for me. I woke up and screamed when I saw 3 spiders in basement. Oh my god! 3 spiders? Were they big? As long as it's getting better. And we know Aura, she's stubborn. She'll be talking in no time. Like, I would be like, please focus on your native language and please focus only on yourself. And then she comes in here yesterday and be like, hello everyone! Yeah, so stubborn. I love her. I love her so much. She's a big part of this community as well. As are all of you. But that's why we have such a good vibe here. My sister cat was lonely for 2 days now since me mom slept over sister's house for 2 days. Wait, what? No one watched the cat? What? That is crazy, Mike. That is not good. Y'all, that is straight up animal abuse. I'm telling you right now. You cannot do that. You need to speak with your family members that you cannot leave a cat for 2 days. Heck, Sweden just made a law that they will freaking criminalize it if you leave your cat for 6 hours. Like, no. I can barely leave my cat for like 2 hours. Y'all, that is not good. That is not good. Never leave your pets. 8 hours, that is even too long. Mike, you need to speak with your family members because that is not okay. To leave a cat alone for 2 days. That upsets me very much. I only use YouTube, Twitch, Discord and WhatsApp these days. Yeah. For me it's YouTube, Instagram only when I'm sharing something, and it's my YouTube Instagram. My social Instagram, y'all, I have abandoned it. It's like I could inactivate it if I wanted to. That's how much I use it. Like, the important people are on Snapchat for me. They're on Snapchat. On Instagram, it just feels like it's not my closest friends. I have my closest friends there. I have my friends there. But there's a lot of people that I don't really talk to, you know, just acquaintances. And it's just, I'd rather just have my friends on socials. Mini candy size. What? Y'all, I hate spiders. Don't use Facebook and Twitter anymore. I did use it as a teen though. Facebook, I only use the Messenger app because a lot of my colleagues, they're older and they only use like Facebook. And none of them use Snapchat. My sister's dogs don't like cats. Well, some animals don't like each other, but y'all have to look out for the cats. Having a cat is like having a toddler forever. It's no easy commitment and shouldn't be underestimated. Exactly, exactly. I've not used any socials for more than 2 years now, maybe 3, lost track and don't even think about it anymore. That sounds peaceful. That sounds peaceful. I love that for you. Sometimes I get recommendations for videos with thumbnails with comments from Twitter. Ugh. Y'all, Twitter, like, ugh, barf. Barf, barf, barf. The only thing worth going for on Twitter is, like, if there's, like, any gaming news, cosplays, if it's not AI cosplay, art, and if it's not AI art. That's... And, you know, just like screenshots of games, like Stellar Blade. That I like. Just to see photography from, like, Stellar Blade. But they've also, like, there's a lot of users that just straight up use AI. They have a screenshot of a Stellar Blade character, and then they use AI to, like, complete it. And I'm like, there's a photography mode inside of the game. Y'all don't have to do that much. There's a user called Mari, M-A-R-I on Twitter. She or he does very good screenshots. Like their photography skills are very, very good when it comes to Stellar Blade. Although it's almost only of Raven. But I love Raven. Facebook is where my parents get tricked with AI videos daily. Yo! That's my mom, but on Instagram. She will send me stuff and be like, go check your Instagram. And then I check it and I'm like, Mom, just so you know, this is AI, and it's always cats and AI. And she's like, how does the cat do this? I never use Twitter. You haven't missed anything. Not anything. That's not a good excuse, Mike. That is not a good excuse. It's like when my parents go on vacation. Oftentimes they want me to follow them, to go with them, but I know that Boris likes to be with either my parents or me, so I don't go. I don't travel with my parents because I know that Boris will not like being alone at home, or not alone, because I have my brothers who would take care of him, but we give him better attention, since he needs constant attention as well. But nah, that's not good, Mike. I don't like that. And in that case, the cat running away might even be better for it if y'all aren't taking care of it. Good news, I have my topic for my bachelor assignment. Yay! No, I haven't opened Discord yet. I've been streaming. Aha, next week starting with the expose at my work. Good luck! My grandfather is also amazing on social media, but not in a good way. Oh. Yeah, I also have a relative that shouldn't be using social media. I'm like, please burn his phone. I really struggle with mom when it comes to social media because she so easily believes everything there. We used to daily have these discussions when I was with her. Y'all, imagine all the frauds that are going around now, all the phishing emails, all the frauds that are going around. My goodness. People are falling for them right and left, but I understand also because of the growth of AI and how smart these frauds have become. So everyone be careful, don't click links. Don't click links. And also, not just links. Don't open files. Don't open even documents, PDFs. Him working with emails, password management, and order to stuff in the internet. Oh my god, the amount of times she came to me with these, you want a car or this or that? Y'all, I remember this when I worked at a computer department store. Like, there would come in so many people. Like, is this real? Does this? And I'm like, no. And this is how you check the mail. I would just like show them, and I just tell them that basically nothing is free ever. The only stuff that's free is when you go into some of the supermarkets and then there's a person selling like or promoting a product and they'll just be like, here, have a taste test, and then if you like it, you buy it. That little piece is free. But now she knows. Ah, that's good. Best thing are my grandmothers. They are either don't know how to use technique properly or they are trolls on social media. So she doesn't come to me with those anymore. Okay, if I was in your sister's position, I would have stayed. I would have said, no, I can't come to the birthday party because I can't leave my cat alone for 2 days. Now that's not normal. That's not normal. And I'm gonna be very upset if this happens again, honestly. That's animal abuse. Oh my gosh. Oh, cleaning day tomorrow. Oh. I need to go to sleep, you guys. Yeah. So let's wrap it up now, and next time we're streaming, we're gonna be playing Mass Effect. And it's most likely gonna be on the PS5. My own grandmother forgets like everything, and the other one bullies you all the time. I have one of those as well. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Mike. It's good to see everyone. Bye bye. We're saying good night. Well, good night to me and everyone in my time zone. And then good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And if Aura is here, bye Aura. Mwah. Bye. Shadows awake when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls. Between us fade. Drag far from time and space. To my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space. To
I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls. Between us fade, drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls. Between us fade, drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls. Between us fade, drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls. Between us fade, drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space. To my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls. Between us fade, drag far from time and space. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space, secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. In shadows I'll wait, when darkness falls I'll show the flame I got inside the walls. Between us fade, drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space, to my world wild and so dangerous, myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside, try to tame a storm.